Chapter 469, Continuous Harvest. Chapter 469, Continuous Harvest. The Type 3 shadow gray mouse struggled frantically, its sharp claws slashing without caring at the silk that constricted it. The Type 3 mutant flower poison spider continued to spit its white spit and silk at the Type 3 shadow gray mouse, restricting its movements every few seconds. The Type 3 shadow gray mouse struggled against its bonds for a whole 5 minutes before slumping weakly due to the toxin taking effect. As the two Type 3 mutant beasts were engaged in battle, Xiong had noiselessly retrieved his falcon sniper and aimed it at the Type 3 mutant spider. Waiting until the spider least expected, he broke the silence by firing a single shot. Following the loud sound of a gunshot, a single armor-piercing round blasted through the eye of the Type 3 mutant flower poison spider, causing a huge bloody hole as green blood oozed out on the ground, corroding the earth. When the Type 3 mutant spider was assaulted by Xiong, it hung on to life with its endurance, and quickly scrambling further into the forest. It was a hunting type that relied on traps, and could not afford to face off in drawn-out combat. The Type 3 mutant flower poison spider had a speed that exceeded a Type 2 lightning, and was faster than Xiong if he activated his shadow steps, and in just a few breaths, it had disappeared from view. It would be incredibly tough for Xiong to hunt it down. There were various kinds of Type 3 mutant beasts. Some are cautious, others aggressive, and some are crafty. This Type 3 mutant flower poison spider belonged to the cautious type, and the moment it got injured, it would retreat without a trace. Fast! Xiong watched the Type 3 mutant flower poison spider disappear from view and frowned. He thought for a second, before charging towards the jade-like tree in the center of the purple flowers. Just as Xiong reached a distance of 100 m away from the purple fruit, a number of spider silks that were nearly invisible to the naked eye flew up from the ground, wrapping around Xiong. Xiong struggled with all his might of 8 times the strength of a normal person, but the tenacity of the web seemed to be even stronger than steel, and Xiong could not break apart from the web. Line after line of silk came up from the ground, as layers after layers started to lock Xiong down. Seeing that its prey had taken the bait, the Type 3 mutant spider that had disappeared came crawling back to about 200 m away from Xiong, and opened its mouth to fire more webs at him. It fell for it. Xiong's eyes flashed with a cold light. He immediately fired 5 sharp bone blades from his body and twisted himself with all his strength, shredding the silk strands apart. He then stuck out his hand and conjured a powerful blast of devil flames at the white spit coming his way. Under that intense heat, the white web was instantly burnt, sizzling into wisps of smoke before disappearing. Xiong then pulled out his falcon sniper that had just reloaded and leapt to his right, aiming at the Type 3 mutant spider and firing once more. Following that same loud shot, the Type 3 mutant spider suffered yet another shot to its eyes, blinding another 3 of them. The bullet pierced through its body, causing a huge hole, as green blood continued to ooze out from the wound. With a flip of his hand, Xiong kept the falcon sniper and switched to the stinger, firing 6 follow-up shots while the Type 3 mutant spider was reeling in pain. As its eyes were blinded, the Type 3 mutant spider had no way of seeing anything, but it still retreated. Out of the 6 shots fired, only 2 landed, resulting in another 2 huge holes, and the Type 3 mutant spider bled even more profusely. Xiong again targeted at the Type 3 mutant spider and pointed with his right hand, as a devil flame fireball shot towards the beast, blasting another hole the size of a fist in its body. By this time, after suffering consecutive injuries, coupled with the huge blood loss, the life force of the Type 3 mutant spider began to ebb away, and its speed of retreating began to slow as well. Xiong did not dare underestimate the Type 3 mutant spider and activated his devil flame again. In an instant, 20 balls of flame appeared out of the ether, blasting towards the body of the Type 3 mutant spider. The resulting explosions blasted the beast into pieces. A huge orb of experience floated into Xiong's body, and a green treasure box and a 100 survivor coins dropped on the ground. Congratulations on achieving level 64. You have gained 2 attribute points to be allocated. After finishing the Type 3 mutant spider off, Xiong heaved a sigh of relief. Its defense was relatively low, and its innate ability was fortunately countered by his skills. If it was against the Type 3 Ferocious ape, which had seemingly no weak points, he would be in terrible danger then. Level 4 Treasure, Flower Poison Spider Ring. Upon equipping, Agility +4, Spirit +6. It has the ability to produce web. Skill description: it can shoot out a transparent line of spider silk at a target, whittling the target's stamina every 10 seconds, until the target's stamina reaches 1. The silk is incredibly tough and resilient, withholding a pressure of up to 250 tons. The silk can be torn apart by weapons of level 4 and above. The cooldown for the skill is 1 minute. The skill can be used a maximum of 10 times per day. Xiong carefully observed the flower poison spider ring before equipping it in satisfaction. It truly is a level 4 treasure. What an item! With the flower poison spider ring, Xiong had an additional useful skill, and he could even become like Spider-Man. As of now, he had a total of 9 rings on his hands, and he was just lacking one to be fully blinged up. Xiong did not dally beside the corpse of the Type 3 mutant spider, instead coming to the Type 3 shadow gray mouse that had been trapped by the spider silk. With his eyes narrowing, he raised his right hand, expending a total of 50 spirit and 20 stamina to conjure up a 2m long Devil Flame Spear. By now, his Devil Flame skill had been enhanced till the 4th level, and each Devil Flame Spear that he conjured could easily pierce an armored vehicle, its might equivalent to a medium-caliber rocket. He thrusted downwards with force, and the Devil Flame Spear went through the white silk like hot knife through butter, before continuing in through the body of the Type 3 shadow gray mouse, splitting it apart all the way till its head. Another huge orb of experience went into his body, and a green treasure box dropped out as well. Xiong lamented, "What a pity the Type 3 shadow gray mouse wasn't killed purely by my abilities. The experience is truly little." However, being able to kill a Type 3 mutant beast this easily was still a score in his eyes. After all, every part of Type 3 mutant beast was precious. Although the Type 3 shadow gray mouse had a weak defense, its hide was still able to withstand a 12.7mm bullet. Furthermore, its blood essence, brain blood, meat, bones, and even the tendons were all valuable materials. Xiong opened up the green treasure box, and after a radiant green light shone, a motorbike appeared out of thin air, its entire frame metallic black in color, with 6 cannons mounted in front, radiating power and sleekness. Level 4 Treasure, Swift Shadow Motorbike. It can reach the highest speed of 700 km per hour, equipped with 6 20mm Soul cannons. It can travel 300 kilometers every day and will automatically generate 100 rounds of ammunition. With enough power, it can travel further. It currently has 100 rounds in its cannon. What an incredible mode of transport! Xiong eyed this swift shadow motorbike with an excited look in his eyes. The fact that this motorbike could travel 300 kilometers, which was considered an incredible distance in this apocalypse, coupled with its insane speed, Xiong could easily explore places as and when he wished. The Type 3 Lightning's fastest speed was Mach 1, but constantly using that speed to travel would consume much of its energy, and it could at most maintain that speed for about 400 kilometers, after which its stamina would be depleted. It cannot be compared to a supersonic jet. After all, it was still flesh and blood and relied on its energy to travel. Xiong quickly kept the swift shadow motorbike within his storage ring, before striding over to the Type 3 Ferocious ape. Xiong eyed the tightly bound Type 3 Ferocious ape that was the size of a bungalow, and his pupils narrowed as he prepared himself. The devil flame in his right hand danced once again. After expending 60 points of spirit and 20 points of stamina, he conjured another 2m long devil flame spear. Forcefully, he thrusted it through the spider web, aiming for the Type 3 Ferocious ape's head. With a hong, The Devil Flame Spear pierced through the white spider's silk and exploded on the head of the Type 3 Ferocious ape, blasting a huge bloody wound. Roar! The ferocious ape that had been trapped earlier by the web started to crawl to its feet, releasing an earth-shaking roar towards the sky in its agony. On its head, the region around its right eye had been blown apart, revealing a bloody hole as blood flowed profusely. Even then, it still gave off a terrifying pressure, as though it could still tear anything apart with its hands. Not good. This Type 3 mutant beast is still not dead. Its defense is too crazy. Xiong eyed the Type 3 ferocious ape that had gotten to its feet, and his face fell in horror. Chapter 470, Type 3 Ferocious Ape. Chapter 470, Type 3 Ferocious Ape. Xiong immediately pulled out a PF-98 with a thought, and he couldn't care further about system weapons at this time. If he didn't take down the Type 3 Ferocious Ape now, the one to die will be him. Xiong had some confidence against the Type 3 mutant flower poison spider, but against the Type 3 Ferocious Ape, he could only cause such a little injury. He knew he had no chance against this terrifying monster. A rocket immediately shot towards the Type 3 Ferocious Ape. It felt the danger and quickly tensed its muscles, raising its huge claws to block the rocket. With a huge explosion, the rocket exploded in the hands of the Type 3 Ferocious Ape, blasting apart 3 of the digits from its hand. At the same time, its right arm was torn up and bloody, but not totally destroyed. Is this a joke? Even its flesh and blood can withstand a blow from a rocket. What the hell? Xiong eyed that Type 3 Ferocious Ape that had just sacrificed its right arm to block the rocket, and his eyes widened with shock. The Type 3 Ferocious Ape bellowed in rage as it struggled with force, and the spider's silk started to tear and rip, scattering all over the ground. Without the Type 3 mutant flower poison spider to continue releasing its innate ability, the white silk had no way of restraining that ferocious ape. Xiong's heart turned cold as he retreated backwards explosively, pulling out another PF-98 and fired another rocket at the Type 3 Ferocious Ape. The Type 3 Ferocious Ape immediately slashed at the incoming projectile with its right claw. With a loud exploding sound, the remaining digits on the Type 3 Ferocious Ape's right hand were blasted apart. The beast became enraged, and it leapt with force, prying itself in the remaining web and shaking it off, shooting towards Xiong like a cannonball. The Type 3 Ferocious Ape had a speed that exceeded lightning when it was still a Type 2 mutant beast, and was just barely slower than the Type 3 lightning by a few degrees. In just 2 seconds, it had appeared in front of Xiong, and raising its undamaged left hand, it swung downwards viciously at Xiong. Xiong activated his gravity manipulation ability at the first instant, and immediately a huge amount of force pressed down on the Type 3 Ferocious Ape, causing its body to sink slightly. However, at the next moment, it swung its fist towards Xiong. Xiong did not skip a beat and pulled out yet another PF-98 from his ring. At the same time, the bronze spiritual bell rose from his chest to release a green barrier in front of him. The fist of the Type 3 Ferocious Ape came swinging like Mount Tai, and the moment the fist landed on the barrier, the green barrier immediately disintegrated. The bronze spiritual bell also dimmed in luster, falling onto the ground. The barrier of the bronze spiritual bell that could even withstand 2 rockets had completed disintegrated under the blow from the Type 3 Ferocious Ape. Although the green barrier was destroyed, it bought some valuable time for Xiong, allowing him to pull the PF-98 smoothly and fire a rocket at the head of the Type 3 Ferocious Ape. The rocket blasted towards the right eye of the Type 3 Ferocious Ape viciously, exploding out with an intense force, causing the entire right eye area to be blasted apart, blood and meat splattering outwards. At almost the same time, the ferocious ape swung its tail, striking Xiong on his right side viciously. The bone carapace on Xiong's right side instantly shattered. Following that bone cracking sound, he was sent shooting through the air towards a huge tree, knocking into it, and he coughed up blood. In just one strike, Xiong had been severely injured, his body suffering countless broken ribs, his inner organs suffering from the knockback, and as he coughed, there was blood and pieces of flesh that came up with it. Terrifying. As expected, based on my current strength, if I want to overcome an Apex Type 3 mutant beast, it's still out of my reach. Xiong watched the blinded Type 3 ferocious ape thrashing about its surroundings in its rage as he pulled out his falcon sniper. Xiong adjusted his aim, suppressing his killing intent, and aimed at the eye sockets of the Type 3 ferocious ape before pulling the trigger. An armor-piercing round immediately penetrated the wound in the Type 3 ferocious ape's eye before blasting apart, causing more meat and blood to splatter outwards. The Type 3 ferocious ape was truly enraged, and it turned around, its face a horrifying mask of blood and gore. It started charging viciously towards the direction for where the shot came from. The body makeup of the Type 3 ferocious ape was truly top of the food chain, far surpassing any enhancers or evolvers like Xiong, and even though its sight was taken away, it could still hear, smell, and its danger perception and other senses were all still acute. It was still likewise terrifying. Xiong watched the incoming Type 3 ferocious ape, and his eyes narrowed coldly, pulling out a PF-98 and firing once at the beast. The Type 3 ferocious ape shot forwards, moving like a specter for about 6 to 7 meters, and the rocket brushed past its body before exploding on the ground behind it. At that time, Xiong had managed to hit the Type 3 ferocious ape was because it was trapped by the spider web, and the second time had been a point-blank shot. The moment the distance was pulled apart, the beast could easily make use of its danger perception to dodge the incoming projectile. Xiong watched the enraged Type 3 ferocious ape not slowing in its charge, and once more conjured a devil flame spear in his hands. Just as the Type 3 ferocious ape was about to hit Xiong, its body shuddered violently, and it fell to the ground. Although it had shaken off the web, the numbing toxin had not been neutralized yet. Furthermore, it was too gravely injured, and its body could not withstand the effects of the toxin, and thus it slumped to the ground. Xiong immediately seized the chance and threw the devil flame spear with all his strength, causing it to shoot towards the head of the ferocious ape like a meteor. The devil flame spear exploded upon impact, causing yet another major wound for the Type 3 ferocious ape. Xiong then pulled out his stinger and fired 6 consecutive shots at the exposed skull, blasting the brain into pieces of matter and blood. Right as Xiong fired, he shot out 6 sharp bone blades from his bone carapace into the brain of the Type 3 ferocious ape and started grinding it. With the combined assaults, the brain of the ferocious ape was pierced through, its insides turning into mush, and it slumped to the floor lifelessly. A huge orb of experience floated into Xiong's body. At the same time, a blue treasure box and 500 survivor coins exploded out. Congratulations on reaching level 65 and gaining 2 points of attributes to be allocated. Congratulations on reaching level 66 and gaining 2 points of attributes to be allocated. With that huge amount of experience, Xiong had gained 2 levels at once. The strength of the Type 3 ferocious ape had been no joke, and furthermore, adding on Xiong's previous 2 kills, it helped to propel his enhancement. A blue treasure box. I wonder what's inside? Xiong saw the blue treasure box, and his eyes lit up, proceeding to open it. Level 6 treasure, nucleus energy converter diagram. An item that can create a machine to draw energy from nuclei. Whoever has this diagram would understand how to create a machine to utilize that energy. As he held the blueprints, the knowledge of methods for constructing materials and how to utilize the machine began to enter his brain, giving him the necessary information within seconds. This is good stuff. Xiong held the blueprints as his heart was filled with excitement. If he could assemble the machine, the lowest degree of nucleus would add 0 degrees of power generation. A Type 2 nucleus could power 500 degrees of power per day. A Type 3 nucleus would power 2,500 degrees of power per day. Furthermore, there was no limit to the conversion. As long as the nucleus and machine was not destroyed, it could always power that amount. It was practically like solar energy, clean and efficient. Furthermore, once the machine is assembled, it could be used in all sorts of places. Xiong's swift shadow motorbike could be charged with it, and it could become a source of ammunition for energy-based weapons. Of course, those energy-based weapons would need the necessary blueprints and diagrams to be utilized as well. Regardless, with this nucleus energy converter diagram, once he had assembled the actual machine, he would gain an incredible advantage in energy. What a pity! I don't have the plant nor manpower for instruments of processing or precision. If we were in Mo, Du Asterisk, or Jiangnan, it would have been better. After calming himself down, he looked at the blueprints in his hands and sighed. Guining City had no processing factories, although the number of skilled workers from Nangong were decent. However, to locate those factories required for the materials and assembly parts, the Pearl River Delta Economic Zone, and Mo Du, Xijing, Tianjing areas had more likelihood. Guangxi was slightly backwards in regards to technology as compared to the rest of China, and could not compare to those developed coastal areas. Xiong kept the precious diagram into his storage ring, digging out the Type 3 blood essences from those 3 beasts, before walking over to the purple, jade-like fruit. Chapter 471, Triple Attribute Evolver. Chapter 471, Triple Attribute Evolver. Xiong came in front of the purple, jade-like fruit and took a glance, before lightly plucking it and placing it in his ring. He then pulled out a small tool and carefully dug up the small purple, jade-like plant up from the ground, placing it into a pot, before transferring into his storage ring. He had a feeling that this plant was extraordinary and he naturally did not want to leave it behind. After all of this, he turned around to look at the area once more before leaving the place. Not long after, a number of soldiers came into the area and began transporting the corpses of the Type 3 mutant beasts into their vehicles before leaving. Xiong brought his spoils of war back towards Daluo Mountain. By now, more caverns have been excavated in the Daluo Mountains. With Xiong's guidance, those enhancers that had the abilities to manipulate the landscape were utilized to carve out more holes, accommodating more resources and people. The moment he returned to the Daluo Mountains, after leaving White Bones and Lightning to act as his guards, he retreated to a secret cave and swallowed the Type 3 Ferocious ape's blood essence. Upon consuming the blood essence, it turned into warm flows of energy that enhanced Xiong's body continuously. After a day, where he had fully ingested the benefits of the Type 3 blood essence, he had gained +3 in all attributes, and his strength was further increased by 4. This was the second Type 3 blood essence that he had taken, and although the Type 3 Ferocious ape was much stronger than the Type 3 green Jiao snake, its effectiveness had been diminished. After digesting the blood essence of the Ferocious ape, he went on to consume the blood essence of the Type 3 flower poison spider. This time, he completely absorbed the energy in a single hour, gaining +1 in all attributes, and a further 2 points in agility. After absorbing that Type 3 mutant spider's blood essence, he knew his body had developed a resistance against the Type 3 blood essences. He hesitated a while, but in the end, he still swallowed the Type 3 shadow gray mouse's blood essence. This time, in just 10 minutes, he had completely absorbed the blood essence, gaining him +1 in agility. By now, any further Type 3 blood essences would be of no use to him, unless it was an apex leader, which would at most help boost certain attributes. After consuming all 3 Type 3 blood essences, he moved on to pop the purple, jade-like fruit into his mouth. The moment the fruit entered Xiong's body, it transformed into wisps of purple energy as it circulated within Xiong's body, rushing into every single part, transforming him from inside out. With that ravaging energy going berserk within him, Xiong felt intense pain racking from the inside. Every single pore oozed out black blood that had impurities, causing him to feel as though there were thousands of needles piercing his body. That tyrannical energy circulated within Xiong for an entire day, torturing him incessantly before coming to an abrupt halt. Congratulations, evolution was successful. You have become a vitality, endurance, and spirit triple attribute evolver. Evolution had enhanced all your attributes by 5 and a further 80 in your vitality. This purple jade-like fruit was a precious item equivalent to a matured snake birth fruit, and because of its potential, it had attracted those type 3 mutant beasts seeking to evolve in a free-for-all fight. Although Xiong had an ordinary body constitution, with the help of the purple jade-like fruit, he broke his limits to become a triple attribute evolver, gaining a huge increase in strength. After gaining a vitality-based evolution, his vitality now reached 269 points, almost 27 times that of a normal person. If a person required an entire month to recuperate, he could do so in a day. Also, his high vitality ensured that his level 4 regeneration skill became more potent, increasing the rate of which his body could regenerate itself. Xiong rose from the stone bed and took a look at his filthy body, frowning slightly before heading to the washroom to clean himself up. "Leader, Mr. Anright is waiting for you outside." Xiong had just exited the washroom when one of the soldiers came reporting. His brows creasing, Xiong asked, "What does he want?" The soldier replied, "He said that there is something important to be discussed with you personally." Xiong considered for a moment before heading to the hall. In the hall, Anright was sitting on a couch, and the moment he saw Xiong, his eyes lit up, and he stood up to greet him warmly. "Mr. Xiong, I've finally managed to reach you." Xiong came to the opposite side of the couch and sat down before smiling slightly. "Mr. Anright, what do I do for you?" At this time, Ming Jiao walked by, looking extremely valiant in her military uniform. She caught sight of Xiong, and her expression brightened up, immediately heading to prepare 2 cups of tea before serving them and sitting by Xiong's side. "Mr. Xiong, we haven't met for a few days, and you look even more vibrant." Anright observed Xiong carefully as he laughed lightly, before regaining a serious expression and handed a document over to Xiong. "Mr. Xiong, you might not know this. Hong has already deployed forces to launch an assault on Daluo Mountain. This is the route that they have planned. This time, they had actually activated 5 battalions, a total of 2,000 men. They are the elites under Hong, and possess heavy artillery, tanks, and even armored vehicles." "Oh," Xiong exclaimed as he picked up the document to scrutinize carefully. The document listed down the routes and detailed information of the equipment and movements of the troops at the same time, showing proof with a satellite photo. "They have a satellite. Their technologies are ahead of us. As of now, the distance between our sides are too wide." Xiong placed the document down as he glanced at Anright, his joy and elation from evolving being dimmed slightly. Controlling a satellite was as big an advantage a faction could get. Using it, it could allow for free communications over the entire globe. At the same time, they can utilize them to spy on the other factions. As long as the satellite could focus on a particular area, everything within that area, from troops to movements to equipments, would all be captured by the satellite. While Xiong was still thinking about how to get started on the assembly of the nucleus energy converter, other people were already playing around with satellites, and this caused his spirits to be dampened. Xiong sighed inwardly. If only we could go to the main capital, or Mo, to get some skilled workers and equipment. If Xiong could construct the nucleus energy converter, his faction would be closer to Europe's level of advancement in technology. After all, the nucleus energy converter would be eons ahead of current technology for energy, and it was a new source of energy. With the converter, Xiong's side would not have to worry about energy. Furthermore, with a new energy source, they could advance extremely quickly. Xiong smiled and replied, "I got it, Mr. Anright. Thanks for your concern." Anright's Kingdom of God wanted to use Xiong as a knife to deal with Hong. Xiong knew this well. However, Xiong and Hong had an irreconcilable grudge between the both of them, and as long as he could utilize anything, he would do so. On the road towards Daluo Mountains, a number of elite troops were making their way onwards without stopping. All of the soldiers were decked in green military wear and had rifles and hand grenades as they marched on with resolute expressions towards the direction of Daluo Mountains. On the way, tanks, armored vehicles, and other self-propelling rocket launchers all formed a line of metal as they continued to push forwards. Although Wu Yinhong was a racist and supremacist, he treated his own survivors extremely well and had accepted a number of the border troops. Because of his absorbing of these veterans, he had managed to build up a skilled armored force of his own. These 5 battalions of 2,000 soldiers were all men of countless battles against zombies and other humans, even against the mutant beasts as well. They could be considered the elites of the elites. Their combined fighting experience could even surpass the experience of troops prior to the apocalypse. If there were any weakness of this Vietnam army, it would be that their logistic support was lacking compared to before the apocalypse. However, it wasn't a problem for their support to fight their own skirmishes. These elite and valiant soldiers were almost undefeatable within the Chao Bang and Lang Sun provinces, and no factions were their match. Inside an armored jeep, the general of this army, Wu Tong Xiong, had a savage look on his face as he spat out. This time, Yu Zhong and those Chinese beasts are all dead for sure. I must capture that Yu Zhong alive, break his bones one by one, and fuck his women in front of him. Although Wu Tong Xiong could be considered the leader of the 13 generals of the Vietnam Army, prior to the apocalypse, he had just been a pig butcher, and his character wasn't much, being quick-tempered and lustful. How he could become one of the generals was due to a stroke of luck. Zhao Wushuang sat beside Wu Tong Xiong with his brows creased, hesitating before he spoke up. I have a bad feeling. Yu Zhong and the rest had always been so careful. Why would they suddenly be so stupid as to reveal their positions? Could this be a trap? Wu Tong Xiong brushed it off and said, Wu Shuang, you're too cautious. We already have the photographic proof. You have also seen them. Can they be faked? Chapter 472, Snipe, Sky Wolf Battalion. Chapter 472, Snipe, Sky Wolf Battalion. /strong. Zhao Yuan Shuang became silent. He had personally seen those photographs as well. The visuals and photographs were definitely real and clearly showed the location of Yu Zhong and his people. Because of those visuals, they had embarked on this major operation in order to annihilate Yu Zhong and the rest totally. Yu Zhong's team had become a thorn in Wu Yinhong's side and could threaten his plans and establishments. In a bid to counter the threat, Wu Yinhong had summoned the troops stationed in the surrounding villages back to Lang Sun City. The city could accommodate 140,000 survivors easily. However, without the support of the surrounding towns, the survivors within Lang Sun City had to adjust their living conditions. All of a sudden, a huge explosion occurred in front of the troops, as 5 unfortunate soldiers were directly blasted into pieces by the landmines buried within the ground. Watch out! There are landmines! One of the commanders in front hollered out hurriedly. The entire force stopped in their tracks. 50 soldiers with bomb disposal equipment began a sweep of the entire area. During the Civil War, there were countless landmines buried as well. After the war, the soldiers had to expend a lot of energy and manpower to deal with the situation. Hence, the number of soldiers with the technical know-how was not small. At this moment, there was a sudden loud roar of a motorbike, and a sleek and powerful swift shadow motorbike shot out from one side with lightning speed. Yu Zhong, who was riding the motorbike, pulled out a .05 and fired wildly at the 50 members of the bomb defusal squad, causing dozens of them to fall to the ground in their own blood. After suddenly bursting onto the scene and killing those soldiers, Yu Zhong turned the swift shadow motorbike around, charging straight for a small hill before disappearing. Yu Zhong was not overly arrogant in thinking that he could handle an army of 2,000 elites, but he had launched a preemptive strike to test out the enemy, as well as killing a few of his opposition's forces. Attack! With Yu Zhong's appearance, everyone became nervous, and after the order was given, the soldiers began to get on formation, getting behind cover and scanning with caution for signs of the enemy. These soldiers were truly the elite, molded by Wu Yinhong, and after being trained, the moment they got in formation, they were like a beast curled up with spikes, as each of the soldiers held their guns ready to fire in any direction. Anyone who sought to attack the beast would be immediately torn apart by the resulting fire. Although Xiong was strong, he was not so foolish as to think that he could take on 2,000 elite soldiers. He rode the swift shadow motorbike to about 2 kilometers away, where he climbed atop a tree and pulled out his Falcon sniper, aiming at that Vietnamese army. After locking onto an armored vehicle, Xiong pulled the trigger once. A single armor-piercing round penetrated the hull, before a resulting explosion blasted apart the entire vehicle. The Falcon sniper could automatically generate a round every day, and there were 3 types of rounds: armor-piercing, explosive, and incendiary. The armor-piercing round was the strongest in penetrative power. The explosive round had the most destructive ability, and the moment the incendiary round met its target, it could create a 100 SQM area of fire. Sniper! Sniper! Seeing the armored vehicle suddenly exploding, one of the officers' face fell as he shouted out. With that order, all the vehicles swiftly traveled toward a patch of trees, engaging in covered movement. After destroying one of them, Xiong had no means of taking down another. He looked at the responsive Vietnamese army and quickly packed his sniper rifle, activating his shadow steps, fleeing through the forest towards the distance like a ghost. Hum! After 2 minutes, the entire area which Xiong was previously in came under heavy artillery fire, as round after round blasted the entire forest into oblivion. Trees were destroyed, stones were crushed into dust, and it was truly a devastating scene. Even for Xiong, if he had been caught in that dense bombardment, he would have suffered greatly. An elite troop is really different. Xiong had charged out of that area and rushed down another small hill before using his swift shadow motorbike to ride for another few kilometers. He couldn't help looking back at the scene of destruction, and his eyes flashed strangely. Xiong pulled out a walkie-talkie and spoke into it. "It's up to you now." "Yes, leader." The person on the other end was Li Min, whose face was grimy and had an exhausted expression, but his eyes were filled with a resolute glint, hugging his bronze bow closely. After that, Xiong quickly rode his motorbike and disappeared into the distance. Onwards, after firing a volley of artillery and not discovering any further movements, the commander of the Vietnamese army gave the order to continue. They did not want to be impeded by a single person. It was too shameful for their elite group. A number of bomb defusal soldiers came forward, their equipment sourcing for landmines. Just as these soldiers were carefully inspecting the ground, a bone arrow suddenly shot out from a forest towards 2 of the soldiers without warning, piercing one of their hearts and blasting the other into pieces. Such a miserable end immediately caused the rest to be shocked, as they hurriedly dodged for cover. Wu Xiong's eyes flashed as his expression turned savage, jumping down from a jeep and roaring, "Damn Chinese dog! You want to use these petty tricks to delay our huge empire? Sky Wolf Battalion, come with me." The Sky Wolf Battalion were an elite force even more formidable than the Wolfang Battalion. Within it, every single member had to be at least above level 40. Each soldier had been forged through countless battles and possessed incredible combat prowess. The Sky Wolf Battalion was the strongest blade in Wu Yinhong's arsenal, and he had given Wu Xiong command. Wu Xiong bellowed with rage, and immediately 16 Sky Wolf experts gathered by his side. "Commander, he's headed that way." A scrawny, shifty-eyed member of the Sky Wolf Battalion pointed to the direction Li Min ran. This particular member had a powerful vision ability, and he had enhanced it a number of times, being able to scan and see clearly the location of enemies within a radius of 1.5 kilometers. With such an ability, he was adept at tracking, detection, as well as anti-reconnaissance. "Kill him." Wu Xiong's expression was hideous as he propelled forward like a cannonball towards the direction. The experts of the Sky Wolf Battalion followed closely behind, all giving chase. On the other side, the majority of the army continued with their landmine removal as they slowly advanced. Clearing of landmines had three main methods: machine, detonation, as well as manual removal. The Vietnamese army lacked the advanced technology to remove by means of machine, and they could not afford to waste ammunition or firepower through detonation. Therefore, they relied on the simplest but slowest method of manual removal. Their advance thus slowed down. Back to Min, he was charging through a thick forest like a defeated dog, having to run for his life after just firing one arrow. The powerful killing intent was chasing him without stop, and the moment he turned back, he knew he would be dead. Min was an agility-based evolver, but even someone like him would die when facing with 16 other powerful experts. Even the leader, Xiong, could easily take care of Min. You can really run. Must be an agility-based evolver? Even if you are, today, you'll die by my hands. Xiong looked at Min, who was not so far ahead, causing the leaves and twigs around him to scatter. Xiong laughed coldly and activated all his strength, shooting forwards even faster. Xiong was the strongest fighter under Wu Yanhong's command, his level being 56. Furthermore, he was a strength and agility-based dual-attribute evolver, and his combat strength was truly terrifying. It was just slightly inferior to Wu Yanhong and those others who hold themselves up in the forest to train nonstop. Currently, with him exerting all his might, he managed to draw even closer to Min. Damn it, what insane speed! Min took a glance at the closing Xiong and gritted his teeth, turning around with a quick draw, shooting an explosive arrow towards Xiong. Cheap tricks! Xiong faced the terrifying explosive arrow and laughed coldly, his face twisting slightly, dodging the life-taking arrow by a hair's breadth. The arrows passed by Xiong and exploded on an expert of the Sky Wolf Battalion, causing the head of that expert to be sent flying. That expert was decked in Type 3 mutant beast hide with its obscene defense, which could withstand the bulk of the impact, but his head was unprotected, hence decapitation. Damn bastard! Another Sky Wolf Battalion spirit-based expert bellowed in rage, and immediately unleashed a spirit attack at Min. Faced with that attack, Min felt his head swim, his speed slowing down. He bit down on his lip viciously, shaking himself clear from the pain. However, a bullet had reached him by this time, and he gritted his teeth, barely twisting his body. Alas, the bullet pierced his left ear, ripping it apart, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Chapter 473, Wu Tong Xiong. Chapter 473, Wu Tong Xiong. At the same time, a bone arrow shot through the air with a green trail, exploding on Min's body, sending him flying about 6-7 m. If it wasn't for the protection of the Type 3 mutant beast hide, his body might have been pierced. Even so, the impact from that bone arrow shocked his entire system, causing some broken bones and a disruption to his internal blood and energy flow. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Min was, after all, a level 42 agility-based evolver. He wasn't afraid of contending against any one expert from the Sky Wolf Battalion. However, if he was up against 2 or more people working together, he definitely would be at a disadvantage. With the combined efforts of 16 Sky Wolf Battalion members, he had no choice but to forcefully navigate and survive. Min knew that it was a critical juncture, and he hastily rolled to one side, dodging into a patch of wild grass, making use of the cover to evade other incoming attacks. Hey, damn Chinese dog! One of the experts from the Sky Wolf Battalion spat out, before making a grabbing motion in mid-air, as a huge gravitational force enveloped the entire region Min was in, causing him to be pressured by 4 times the usual gravity. Weighed down by that pressure, Min felt as though he had suddenly put on a whole lug of meat, his heartbeat becoming irregular, and his specter-like speed slowing down a whole lot as well. Gravity manipulation was considered to be the bane for all agility-based evolvers. Unless it was an expert that had received huge enhancements in their strength and agility, it was hard for most people to ignore the restraining effects of the added gravity. Wutong Xiong laughed savagely, shooting towards Li Shimin like a cannonball. Chinese dog. I will take my time to slaughter you, you swine. Go to hell. At a distance, Yu Zhong was atop a tree, and his eyes flashed coldly before pressing a button. Honk, honk, honk. All of a sudden, there were numerous explosions, as a number of remote explosives hidden in the forest detonated, enveloping all 16 members of the Sky Wolf Battalion in seconds. Shrapnel flew everywhere, as trees were twisted till they broke, caused by the resulting force from the explosion traveling outwards. Li Shimin was also sent flying backwards from the force, landing about 7-8 m away. Those members of the Sky Wolf Battalion were, after all, not simple people, each being of level 40 and higher. That explosion might not necessarily be able to kill them instantly. Hence, for his own sake, Li Shimin quickly scrambled to his feet and rushed towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong was currently leading over 20 of his own elite experts, all of them likewise above level 40. He had set this trap with Li Shimin as bait, as a means of taking down as many experts under Wu Yanhong as he could. A level 40 enhancer was not easily groomed. Each one that they took down meant one less expert on Wu Yanhong's side. As the dust settled, the devastating scene was revealed as 8 corpses laid strewn on the ground. While the experts of the Sky Wolf Battalion were strong, they were still, after all, of flesh and blood. They had lost 8 of their members as a result of that explosion. There were still 8 who had survived, including Wutong Xiong. Fuck, you bunch of Chinese dogs must die. Wutong Xiong had sensed the danger at the first instant and evaded the heart of the explosion. However, a piece of shrapnel had penetrated his left eye, blinding him on that side. It caused him to be filled with rage. He grabbed his level 4 green 2 spear and charged towards Yu Zhong and his men. Since their lead had charged forwards so ferociously, the remaining 7 members also followed closely behind, brandishing their weapons. Wutong Xiong was one of the strongest killers of the great Vietnamese Empire, having killed over hundreds of people by himself, and he had even counted 3 other evolvers as his victims. That was why he was so confident of facing Yu Zhong and the rest. Yu Zhong saw that Wutong Xiong and his men was rushing at him and immediately pulled out his stinger, firing 6 shots at 2 of the Sky Wolf Battalion members behind. Of the 2, one was an agility-based evolver, and the moment Yu Zhong had aimed at him, he had dodged to his side, hiding behind a huge tree. The other immediately transformed into a 3M, tall werbear with thick and coarse skin. As the 3 stinger bullets landed on his body, they caused 3 bloody wounds, but not enough to deeply penetrate nor heavily harm his body. Experts, these fellows aren't weak. Yu Zhong frowned when he saw that. These men were truly experts, but as long as they could be taken down, Wu Yanhong will suffer a huge loss. Wutong Xiong snarled at Yu Zhong with a twisted expression. Damn Chinese dog, I will tear you into shreds and cook your brains as tea. Retard, I'll slice you apart first. Following a cold laugh, Xiong appeared, slashing towards Wutong Xiong with a dark magic blade in his hands. Currently, under Yu Zhong's command, Xiong had the fastest speed. Only Xan Jiao could surpass him, and only under the condition that she activated her second order skill Divine Speed, and it would only be a short while. Scram! Wutong Xiong's eyes turned bloodshot as he growled like a beast, using his 16 times strength to strike with his spear, parrying Xiong's blow. Xiong's strength was only 3 times that of a normal person, and with that huge disparity in strength, he was instantly sent flying 6-7M, while the dark magic blade in his hands also got sent flying. As a strength and agility-based dual-attribute evolver, Wutong Xiong possessed a huge advantage in battle. If Xiong wasn't an agility-based evolver, he could have easily pierced Xiong with that single spear strike. Wu Tong Xiong sent by Xiong flying, and immediately shot forwards like an arrow, a fierce glint appearing in his eyes as he thrust viciously with his spear. Whitebone's fiery eyes flashed dangerously as it raised its hands, shooting six-bone spikes out at Wu Tong Xiong. If Wu Tong Xiong insisted on killing by Xiong, he would be pierced by those sharp-bone spikes. Wu Tong Xiong did not intend to exchange his own life for by Xiong's, and he swiftly turned around, the green-toothed spear quickly parrying those bone spikes. Bai Xiong seized the opportunity to evade to one side, his face pale. He had always thought it would be hard to find someone that can win over him other than Xiong, but today he found out that Wu Tong Xiong had crushed his confidence easily, filling him with unwillingness and rage. However, he was clear that he was not Wu Tong Xiong's match, and if he continued, he would be throwing away his life. On the other side, the 20-level 40 experts came to blows with the 7 remaining experts of the Skywolf Battalion. Both sides exhibited their abilities, and in that exchange, Xiong's side lost an expert. The other side suffered a death and a heavily injured casualty. Under the combined blows from everyone, the heavily injured Skywolf Battalion member was killed the next moment, as the remaining 5 members were suppressed and forced to retreat into the forest. Xiong looked at the scene and frowned before letting out a loud howl. Lightning, who had been lying in wait, immediately leapt out, biting off the head of one of the Skywolf experts. "Beast! Damn Chinese dogs! You guys are forcing me!" Wu Tong Xiong watched as members of the Skywolf Battalion fell one after another, and his eyes became red, finally releasing his trump card, his second-order Forest Ranger transformation. In an instant, Wu Tong Xiong's body sprouted a layer of green runes that covered his entire body. His size didn't change, however, he seemed to become one with the environment, giving off an aura of invincibility. After transforming into a second-order Forest Ranger, Wu Tong Xiong looked coldly at Xiong, his body flashing, and he reached White Bones with a speed that surpassed Type 2 lightning. In response, White Bones shot out bone spikes one after another at Wu Tong Xiong. Wu Tong Xiong gripped his green-toothed spear and easily swatted the bone spikes away before thrusting forwards, piercing the skeleton that could withstand even the impact from a 12.7mm round. Immediately, he swung with all his might, sending White Bones soaring through the air, landing 20 m away. What a strong fellow! Xiong saw how easily Wu Tong Xiong sent White Bones flying, and his pupils narrowed. If it had been a normal person, that single strike could have easily caused the heart of the victim to be destroyed almost instantly. Xiong could see that Wu Tong Xiong was a close combat specialist, and he immediately activated his gravity manipulation, causing a twofold gravitational force to press down on Wu Tong Xiong. Wu Tong Xiong laughed savagely at Xiong, shooting towards him like a cannonball. "It's no use, unless you can control the gravity to be more than 5 times. Otherwise, with just this, it's useless." Xiong's face remained impassive as he retreated explosively, pulling out his .05 gun and spraying wildly at Wu Tong Xiong. "Guns are useless too. Today you are going to die." Wu Tong Xiong laughed maniacally, charging through the barrage of bullets. Even with Xiong's marksmanship and agility, he could not hit him even once. This rabid dog, he truly has some ability. Xiong watched Wu Tong Xiong charging at him wildly, before activating his Art of Fear, and a terrifying spirit attack enveloped Wu Tong Xiong. The moment the skill landed on Wu Tong Xiong's body, a green light radiated outwards and dispelled the spirit attack. Xiong knew at once that there was a treasure on his body that defended against spirit attacks. Chapter 474. Pouncing on Thin Air. Chapter 474. Pouncing on Thin Air. "Go to hell, you Chinese dog!" Wu Tong Xiong had reached Xiong in a mere 3 seconds, as a spear thrust came slicing through the air like a meteor, aiming for Xiong's head. His speed had thoroughly surpassed that of a Type 2 lightning. The second-order Forest Ranger transformation had given him a huge boost to his body constitution. At the same time, within the forest, his movement speed and battle senses were enhanced. This spear strike was infinitely more overbearing and oppressive than the one he had unleashed on by Xiong. Xiong had no way of evading, and his eyes flashed with a chilly light, pulling out his crocodile tooth saw blade, forcefully attempting to parry the green-toothed spear. It was Xiong's 9 times strength against Tong Xiong's 20 times that of a normal person after his second-order skill, and instantly, Xiong was sent flying backwards by the disparity in strength, his hands numb, and the crocodile tooth saw blade in his arms almost flew from his grip. A cold glint flashed in Tong Xiong's eyes as he shot forwards, and once more thrusted forwards with a vicious spear strike towards Xiong's heart. Right at this time, a huge hole appeared in midair, and from the hole, 10 bone spikes shot out like shooting stars at Tong Xiong. Tong Xiong immediately withdrew his weapon, causing it to blur with speed before striking at the 10 bone spikes, shattering them into pieces. At that instant, Xiong pulled out his 12.7mm heavy machine gun and sprayed at Tong Xiong. "Fool! If you can't hit me, your machine gun is just trash." Tong Xiong laughed out coldly, his body dodging all the bullets, maneuvering towards Xiong, and once more thrust it out with his spear. "You are the true fool." Xiong laughed coldly himself, as the bronze spiritual bell rose up from his chest, forming a green barrier in front of him. As the insane strength behind Tong Xiong's spear strike slammed into the shield shuddered a while, as traces of ripples spread out all over the shield. Xiong's pupils narrowed, as he immediately activated his devil flame, causing a huge pillar of fire to engulf the area around him, including Tong Xiong that had given his all in that earlier strike. Tong Xiong's body responded with a white glow as a bright light of energy enveloped him, blocking that pillar of devil flame. As the top expert under Hong, Tong Xiong had a number of fortunate encounters, and he had even killed a heavily injured Type 3 mutant beast before. This white light shield was a treasure he obtained from that Type 3 mutant beast. Right at this time, a sniper bullet blasted on Tong Xiong's body, further whittling down the energy of the white shield. A number of gravitational shackles flew onto his body, causing him to be pressured by 6 times the normal gravity. Damn it, are they all defeated? Tong Xiong felt the abnormal changes, as his expression turned ashen and he whipped around to look, only to discover that the other side had been defeated and rounded up by the experts under Xiong. "Chinese dog, I will remember today's death. You won't have to wait long. I'll definitely be back to kill you myself." Tong Xiong eyed Xiong coldly, before turning around swiftly to retreat. Although he was brutish and violent, he wasn't an idiot. If he continued to fight on, he definitely would fall here. Xiong's eyes flashed coldly, activating his shadow steps, and using his speed that can match a Type 2 lightning, he chased after Tong Xiong. "Where do you think you're going? You will be buried here today." Tong Xiong was faster than a Type 2 lightning in his second-order Forest Ranger form. However, with the 6 times gravitational force weighing on him, his speed had plunged by quite a lot. In just barely 3 breaths, Xiong had chased up and was slashing viciously towards him. "Fuck! Your father, am definitely killing you today." Tong Xiong's eyes flashed fiercely as he twisted his body abruptly, thrusting out with his spear like an enraged dragon. 10 sharp bone spikes suddenly exploded out from behind Xiong, aiming for Tong Xiong. Xiong did not hide nor evade, his eyes flashing coldly, and his right hand conjured out a long devil flame spear before he threw it forcefully towards the white shield protecting Tong Xiong. Tong Xiong's spear thrust landed on the green barrier covering Xiong, and the explosive strength tore apart the shield, causing it to disintegrate. The devil flame spear also came in contact with a white shield on Tong Xiong, and the resulting force from the explosive nature of the devil flame immediately blasted the shield apart. So much so that even Tong Xiong's hair was singed from the heat. The 10 bone spikes continued to assault Wu-Tong Xiong. That tyrannical spear strike from Wu-Tong Xiong had destroyed Yu Zhong's green barrier. However, he had no time to withdraw his spear for another strike, and he could only twist his body to roll to one side. The 10 bone spikes suddenly shifted their trajectory and landed on Wu-Tong Xiong's body, sending him flying back about 4 or 5 meters, shaking his internal organs while he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Wu-Tong Xiong's body had been enhanced a few times by different blood essences, but he had no way of comparing against Yu Zhong. After receiving that blow from White Bones, his body had truly suffered a heavy injury. Before he even landed, a gust of wind blew past, and his head disappeared as a fountain blood sprayed from his headless corpse, dyeing the ground red. As the wind settled, it revealed the Type 3 lightning silhouette, and was precisely it that seized the opportunity to destroy this strong enemy of Yu Zhong when he was mortally wounded. Confirming Wu-Tong Xiong's death, Yu Zhong heaved a sigh of relief and walked over to his corpse to strip it of the equipment. This Wu-Tong Xiong was after all the strongest general of Wu Yanhong, and he truly had a vast collection of items. From his body, Yu Zhong obtained both strength and agility-enhancing equipment. There were even 4 pieces of rare equipment. They were the Level 3 defensive armor, Bell of Clarity, Light Shield of Defense, and the Level 4 Treasure Green Tooth Spear. Level 5 Treasure, Light Shield of Defense. Upon equipping, it can automatically defend its owner. When energy is depleted, it can be recharged or automatically refilled after 24 hours. Level 4 Treasure, Green Tooth Spear. It possesses a strong penetrative power and can destroy any weapon of Level 3 and below. Yu Zhong valued the Level 5 Treasure Light Shield of Defense the most. With this, he gained another defensive mechanism. In this new world, defensive treasures were even more precious than offensive ones. Likewise, they were hard to obtain. Other than Linghu, Xiangru, and Wu-Tong Xiong, Yu Zhong had not yet met any other strong experts that had such powerful defensive artifacts. Bai Xiaoshan came up to Yu Zhong and reported, "Leader, everyone has been taken care of." Although the Sky Wolf Battalion was strong, with the enemy forces 5 times their size, they were still wiped out. Of course, Yu Zhong's side paid the price of 2 heavy casualties as well. Disperse. Yu Zhong ordered indifferently. With his orders, everyone quickly made their way away from the area. Equals 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 equals. What's going on? How come Wu-Tong Xiong is not back yet? Back at the army, Zhao Yuan Shuang paced about anxiously. Wu-Tong Xiong was a terrifying killer who had killed an entire company of elites on his own, as well as over hundreds of militants. Zhao Yuan Shuang had utmost confidence in his abilities. However, Wu-Tong Xiong was Wu Yanhong's #1 right-hand man. If anything untoward was to happen to him, Zhao Yuan Shuang knew he could not bear the responsibility either. Zhao Yuan Shuang called for one of the commanders of the elite force. Chen Gongming, go take a company of your troops to go provide reinforcements to General Wu. The elite force was made up of all experts who had undergone strict military training. They were well-versed in modern warfare as well, and in battle, they could exhibit a might that was stronger than just experts relying on their skills and abilities. "Yes, Commander." Chen Gongming saluted, before quickly leading his men towards the forest. After a long while, just as Zhao Yuan Shuang was becoming impatient, Chen Gongming came back, his expression ashen. "Commander, General Wu has been martyred." When Zhao Yuan Shuang heard this, his mind went blank as he stammered out at a loss. "What? General Wu has died?" Wu-Tong Xiong was Wu Yanhong's most trusted aide, and they could be considered as close as brothers. With Wu-Tong Xiong's death, as the vice commander, Zhao Yuan Shuang was sure to be in trouble. He did not dare imagine the consequences of being the bearer of the news. Zhao Yuan Shuang gritted his teeth as he hollered out, "Everyone advance with full speed. We must reach Daluo Mountains as fast as we can. This time, we must annihilate Yu Zhong and his people." With that command, everyone moved out. Over 200 bomb defusal soldiers came to the front lines to clear the mines quickly. Xiong had planted plenty of landmines along the way, including some traps which slowed the advance of the Vietnamese troops. However, Zhao Yuanshuang was insistent on making sure they reached Daliao Mountains. Following the report, Zhao Yuanshuang brought his troops to the inner parts of Daliao Mountains. However, to their dismay, they discovered that everyone had gone, leaving behind massive caves. Damn, he escaped. Zhao Yuanshuang looked at those countless caves, and his face turned steely. Commander, the Emperor has something to say to you. Right at this time, a soldier came running up with a transmitter to Zhao Yuanshuang. He received it before carefully asking, "What instructions do you have for your subject, my liege?" From the other end, Wu Yinhong's steely voice came resounding, together with some explosions in the background. Yuanshuang, bring the troops back immediately. We have trouble. Chapter 475, Battle at Langsun. Chapter 475, Battle at Langsun. A distance away from Daliao Mountains, 600 soldiers were braving the cold and snow as they lugged huge bags of resources towards a certain direction. Every single one of them, even children of 11 or 12, were carrying guns or some bags of dozen jeans. If it was a scene from prior to the apocalypse, there would be people who would stand out to curse at Xiong for mistreating women and children. However, in this new world, whoever dared to snatch those guns from those kids, those little rascals would definitely fight. Guns were a symbol of strength, and in this new world, only those with strength could lead better lives. Master, if we just walk away like that, would it be fine? Xiong Jaro, who was decked in a military uniform and looked extremely valiant and charming, walked up to Xiong and asked. Xiong had initially agreed to help the Kingdom of God to deal with the Wu Yinhong problem. However, Xiong had instead taken his people to escape from Daliao Mountains, and it caused Xiong Jaro to be uncertain. Xiong glanced at Xiong Jaro and replied mildly, "I only promised to attack and cause Wu Yinhong some problems, not engaging in a full frontal assault against his elite." The Kingdom of God had intended to make use of Xiong to deal with Wu Yinhong harshly. Xiong had his own intentions as well. With his current strength now, even if he could defeat those elites of Wu Yinhong, it would be a devastating loss to his side as well. To engage the 2,000-strong army, he would definitely have to pay a price. He was not willing to do something so foolish. Even so, Xiong would be considered to have offended the Kingdom of God. However, he did not care, because he had always intended to go against this mega-empire that intended to take control of the whole globe. Furthermore, in the future, if he wanted to bring the Chinese to new heights, he definitely would come to clashes with the Kingdom of God. Hearing his words, Xiong Jia became silent as she fell back behind Xiong, and they continued on their journey. Equals 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 equals. Outside Langsun City, a number of well-equipped soldiers were engaged in attacking the city, firing heavy artillery at the inner parts of the city, destroying structures and buildings. Fucking bastard. Chun Sheng-yong dared to attack at this time. At Langsun City, on top of secret vantage point, Wu Yinhong overlooked the city that was being bombarded as the soldiers and bases were being taken down one by one. His expression was extremely ugly. Eagle King Chun Sheng-yong was a small-time leader hailing from the direction of Taingwen Asterisk, and his faction could not compare to Wu Yinhong, with only 80,000 survivors. However, Chun Sheng-yong prioritized the advancement of his army and had a 10,000-strong army. The ratio of his military to his faction was 1-8. While the army seemed huge, in truth, only 2,000 of them had guns. The rest of the 8,000 relied on melee weapons to fight. Even so, Eagle King Chun Sheng-yong had built a name for himself in the northern Vietnam area, and Wu Yinhong had never intended to provoke him. Wu Yinhong had a truly large faction, but to deal with Eagle King Chun Sheng-yong, it would be at a cost as well. Although there were zombies in between the two factions, they both knew about each other and had remained impassive towards each other. Wei and Hong had never thought that Xiong would take this opportunity to stab him in the back. Furthermore, his timing was impeccable, as Wei and Hong had actually deployed a majority of his troops to deal with Xiong. Right now, in Langsun City, Wei and Hong had 6 battalions stationed, roughly 2,500 soldiers on standby. However, Zhao Yuan Shuang was currently holding the 6 most elite infantry battalions. Although they were both 6 battalions, in terms of combat strength, the troops on Zhao Yuan Shuang's hands were at least twice that of those remaining with Wei and Hong. With the dense barrage of artillery fire, Eagle King, Chun Shengyong, and his troops began to overcome post after post. He looked at the various camps that he conquered in Langsun, and his face revealed a look of excitement. Wei and Hong, this time, you're going to fall at my hands. Being first in the charge was the elite battalion under Chun Shengyong, and they charged in after each volley of heavy fire, storming through with their secondary attacks as they advanced. One of the intelligence officers came up to Bootlick. Congratulations, Eagle King. After this, there will be no one that can compare to you in the whole of North Vietnam. Another intelligence officer also laughed slightly. Eagle King truly is a man of miracles. You managed to breach Wei and Hong's defenses in such a short while. This Wei and Hong truly is old-fashioned. He dares to call himself emperor. We're already in which century? Come on. When Wei and Hong established his great Vietnam Empire, he had declared himself as the first emperor. Because of his sole command and leadership, no one expressed any dissatisfaction. Those that did were already dead. However, in other factions, there were those who were unhappy with his oppressive and tyrannical rule. It was not like in ancient times. Now society was more civil and cultured. Even those insufferable officials of high positions and despotic sons of leaders in countries or corporates did not dare call themselves emperor. I would like to be emperor myself. Chun Shengyong glanced at his intelligence officers, his face wearing a grin, but he sighed lightly in his heart. The position of an emperor, whose words was law, just a single sentence could decide the fate of an entire heritage. Who wouldn't want that sort of authority and power? However, Chun Shengyong looked at his subordinates who did not support the idea of an emperor rule, and hence, he did not voice out that inner desire to establish a Vietnam empire in his own name as well. After all, he still relied on his men to help him conquer and expand. If he just consoled himself with a single leader rule, it would be enough. Being an emperor was pushing it. No one would support him. In truth, there were many experts who did not agree with Wei and Hong's self-proclamation as emperor and had thrown their lots in with Chun Shengyong, which proved that the hearts of the people played a part in strength as well. The defenses within Langsun City was incredibly stubborn, and every single soldier of the great Vietnam Empire fought back valiantly against the assault of Chun Shengyong's troops. After Chun Shengyong launched his assault on Langsun, with every step of the way, there was a price of blood to pay. Both sides suffered casualties in the resulting slaughter for each defense post. The 6 battalions of infantry soldiers stationed within Langsun City were definitely not a match for Chen Yongsheng's forces, but in the clashes, they exhibited a strong fighting will and spirit to defend their posts, fighting it out with their lives on the line. Hence, the Eagle King's army suffered greatly with each advance in position. Langsun City had seemingly turned into a meat grinder, swallowing the lives of both Wei and Hong's and Chen Yongsheng's forces. Both sides had gone all out right from the get-go, and the casualties were increasing. However, both sides had no choice and could only grit their teeth to continue. This battle would determine who would become the boss of this entire region. Regardless if it was Wei and Hong swallowing Chun Shengyong's forces or the other way round, one of them would definitely become the overlord after the battle. With a faction that had over 200,000 survivors, it was more than enough to be recognized as the presiding faction in this area. It was precisely due to the lure of becoming the overlord of the entire region that Chun Shengyong had decided to risk it all and engage Wei Yanhong's forces. A military officer came up to Xiong with a pale expression as he asked, "Eagle King, the 3rd Battalion had fallen. What do we do now?" The 3rd Battalion had just charged into the base in Langsun City and engaged in an intense crossfire for about an hour. Their losses had by then exceeded half their original numbers, and this kind of results would cause anxiety to a commander. Xiong ordered with a steely expression, "Command the 2nd Mortar Battalion to immediately fire another round at Langsun City." After clashing for about 3 hours, 3 of the infantry battalions had been severely decimated, and although the enemy had suffered more, such a result was unacceptable to Xiong. Those soldiers that were decimated were his elites, and training up another new batch of soldiers to be like those would not be easy. The commander was shocked as he stammered, "Eagle King, there are many of our comrades in Langsun City." As the soldiers were extremely strong in their camaraderie, the mortar and artillery troops did not fire any rounds when their comrades had charged in. Furthermore, there were many ordinary citizens within the city. If they acted, many of the ordinary survivors would definitely suffer. Xiong's eyes were filled with a chilly light. "This is an order." "Yes." The soldier's heart turned cold as he quickly dismissed himself. Hong! Immediately, a volley of rounds blasted onto Langsun City, causing various structures and buildings to be destroyed, as numerous survivors were injured or killed in the resulting blasts or falling debris. Under that terrifying artillery attack, the entire Langsun City was plunged into chaos, as countless survivors rushed out of their own houses and tried to escape towards another direction. Rioters took the chance to start committing arson, robbery, and rape. The whole of Langsun City became like a scene out of hell. Wei Yanhong saw the growing mayhem with bloodshot eyes as he bellowed out, "Xiong, you bastard! You dare to fire on our own countrymen! I will tear you into pieces. There will be nothing left of your body." Wei Yanhong had never expected Xiong to be so ruthless, to actually fire onto the innocent survivors, causing mayhem and chaos. As the volleys of artillery fire continued raining down on the various structures and buildings, soldiers and survivors alike were either blasted to death or buried alive. After a few rounds of heavy fire, the 4th Battalion of Xiong charged in, launching an assault on the battered and broken people of Langsun City. Due to the heavy fire, many of the elite soldiers and experts of Wei Yanhong were killed, and the ordinary soldiers had long since lost their courage and escaped. Wolfang Battalion, charge! Wei Yanhong saw the entrance of the troops under Xiong, his face turning extremely unsightly as he made his way towards them. Chapter 476, The Oriole Behind. Chapter 476, The Oriole Behind, from the idiom. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, meaning to pursue a narrow gain, neglecting the greater danger. Wei Yanhong's body flashed. At the same time, he activated his skill, metal manipulation, as he slapped a car beside him. The vehicle immediately twisted unto itself, transforming into a layer of battle armor covering his body, with that layer of metal protecting him. Even a 12.7mm round would not be able to break past his defense. Wei Yanhong leapt forward, and he was followed by 50 of his Wolfang Battalion members, each of them being over level 30 in enhancement. The current commander, Wu Dehui, and Vice Commander Li Yuan stuck close to Wei Yanhong. They were the strongest in the Wolfang Battalion, and even members of the Sky Wolf Battalion were not necessarily a match against them. The 4th Battalion of the Eagle King's troops quickly came to clash with the Wolfang Battalion, and the soldiers of the Eagle King's troops already launched their attacks from afar as a barrage of rain fell upon the Wolfang Battalion. Under the dense rain of bullets, 4 of the experts were immediately taken out with shots to the head, while the rest activated their skills in a bid to evade the bullets. Wei Yanhong did not care about the onslaught of bullets. He was after all a spirit and strength dual attribute evolver, and those normal bullets could not harm him nor slow him down. Even a large caliber bullet would at most cause him to be knocked back with no injury. Hong was like a tank as he charged straight at the Eagle King's 4th Battalion, waving his hand and activating his second order metal manipulation skill. A number of sharp steel beams came exploding out suddenly from their various constructions, piercing the bodies of the 4th Battalion soldiers. In a flash, 8 of the soldiers in his line of sight were directly decimated. After killing 8 of the 4th Battalion soldiers, he was suddenly besieged by 2 soldiers on either of his sides, both of them spraying their weapons at him. Countless bullets rained down on Hong's body, causing his metal armor to be battered and destroyed bit by bit. Hong eyed the 2 4th Battalion soldiers and waved a finger at them, as 2 structures beside the soldiers crumbled upon themselves, and the steel beams within shot out explosively, penetrating their bodies, impaling them onto another wall. Wu Dahui immediately transformed into a werewolf as he darted around the field like a specter, jumping out from structure from time to time, twisting the necks of unsuspecting soldiers. Li Yuanda was an agility-based evolver, and his speed was astonishingly fast. Many a times, the soldiers of the 4th Battalion would just feel a breeze blowing past them before their heads came off unknowingly. With Hong's lead, the Wolfang Battalion tore into the unfortunate 4th Battalion like an enraged tiger, slaughtering them while keeping their own casualties low. Other than the 4 who lost their heads at the start of the battle, another 4 were blasted to death by grenades. One of the commanders came up to Xiong and reported anxiously, "Eagle King, the 4th Battalion is requesting for backup. There are many high-level enhancers among the enemy. There are even a few evolvers." Xiong laughed coldly as he stared at the commander. "So the Wolfang Battalion has made their move, eh? Ha! Hong, seems like you can't take this anymore. Convey my orders. Immediately fire a volley of artillery fire at the position of the 4th Battalion. This is an order." "Yes, Eagle King." The commander's heart turned cold as he scurried away. Hong! With 2 large flashes, all of a sudden, the entire area where the 4th Battalion and the Wolfang Battalion was engaged in battle was suddenly bombarded by heavy artillery, causing buildings to be decimated, debris shooting everywhere. The resulting shockwave traveled outwards forcefully as a number of holes from the impact revealed themselves. The terrifying artillery attack rained down a few times on the area, causing destruction. Not a single structure above 3M remained. The Wolfang Battalion is just SOS. Regardless of how powerful their individual capabilities are, there's no way they could withstand the heavy fire. Xiong looked at the region that was decimated and flattened as he laughed coldly. 5th Battalion, launch your assault. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiong had limited ammunition for his artillery, he would have long blasted the entire place, totaling it entirely. Exchanging a battalion of his elite soldiers for Hong's elite Wolfang Battalion. To Xiong, it was an exchange that was worth it. The 5th Battalion had low morale after witnessing Xiong's cruel method that did not differentiate between friend or foe. However, they still charged onwards into Langsun City. 6 of them carefully treaded their way into Langsun City. All of a sudden, from the wreckage and debris, 6 sharp steel beams shot out explosively, piercing their bodies, nailing them to the ground. From within the debris, a 3M tall man that was covered entirely in steel, looking like a robot, jumped out. He did not even turn a look as he retreated back towards the inner parts of Langsun City. This man was precisely Hong. After that earlier volley of artillery, only he survived. If he hadn't activated his second order metal manipulation skill earlier, and to control a huge sheet of steel to protect himself, forming thick layers of armor, he might have lost his life in that blast. Damn, Xiong. He actually disregarded the lives of our fellow Vietnamese. You're ruthless, too vicious. As he ran, his heart was filled with intense rage, and he cursed Xiong inwardly. Xiong had relied on that crazy volley of artillery to wipe out his entire Wolfang battalion. There were 6 evolvers within the battalion, but before they could even unleash their abilities and prowess, they were blasted into nothing by that round of heavy fire, and it truly infuriated Wei Hong. At the same time, that experience was the closest Wei Hong had come to death, and he became extremely cautious, not willing to charge out by himself to deal with Xiong or his troops. With the Wolfang battalion decimated and Wei Hong fleeing, the rest of the soldiers saw their godlike figure actually running away pathetically, and their world seemed to crumble. The moment the 5th Battalion of the Eagle King's forces charged in, the resistance was almost negligible. If the leader charged forth as the vanguard, there were pros and cons. The pros were that it could raise the morale of the troop, but likewise, should anything happen or the leader was forced back, the blow to the soldiers' morale will be detrimental. Wei Hong and the Wolfang Battalion had always charged into all battles in the past, seemingly undefeatable. They had become like legends amongst the ordinary soldiers. Now that they have fallen, the fighting will of the soldiers had almost disappeared, as many started to retreat. Langsun City will soon be mine. Xiong heard the good news and favorable reports, his heart leaping with joy. Once he gained Langsun City, his prestige would soar, and he would become the overlord of a huge faction of survivors. Right at this time, a military officer came running in with a pale face, reporting, "Eagle King, there's an armed forces currently advancing towards us." Xiong's eyes flashed with shock as he gritted his teeth and asked, "What? How many are there? Which faction is this?" The military officer replied, "They're from a kingdom of God. They have about 2,000 soldiers, and their equipment are all top-notch. There are tanks, mortars, and even assault helicopters." Xiong's expression immediately turned steely as he cursed out loud. "Fucking kingdom of God! Didn't they go to the coastal side? Why did they appear here? What the hell were you guys up to? How come you didn't discover this sooner?" The information that Wei Hong's base had lack of power was given by the kingdom of God. On one hand, it helped fuel Xiong's ambition. On the other, the kingdom of God could focus their attention on the coastal factions. In fact, there was a prior agreement between both parties, where one would control Langsun, the other the coastal side, and both parties would support each other. Xiong had never thought that the kingdom of God would choose this moment to stab a knife in his back. Furthermore, at such a time where both Wei Hong and he had lost most of their forces, causing him to have no chance to retaliate at all. The officer was pale-faced. "What do we do? Eagle King." Xiong's face turned steely as he ordered. "What else can we do?" "Immediately retreat. Convey my orders." "Retreat now." "Wait just a moment. You can't retreat." At this moment, a voice rang from outside as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man stepped into the command center. "How are you, Your Majesty Eagle King? I'm your good friend, Zito. I'm pleased to meet you here." Zito smiled warmly at Xiong. Xiong had an ugly expression as he asked briskly, "Your Excellency Zito, what is the meaning of this? Wasn't there an agreement between us that Langsun will be mine and the coastal areas will be yours?" The man in charge of the negotiations between the Kingdom of God and Xiong was precisely this guy called Zito. Xiong knew clearly the might of the Kingdom of God, and the fact was that he relied on them for the firepower to blast Wei Hong's faction so many times today. Zito's face broke into a crafty smile. "Your Majesty, we're not going back on our word. Langsun is truly yours. However, our Vietnamese division of the Kingdom of God wishes for you to join us, becoming a part of us. That way, we can better support your activities here in Vietnam. Regarding the coastal sides, after we take down Langsun City together, we can work together to bring those other factions down as well." Xiong mulled a while before replying slowly, "What if I disagree?" Zito's smile turned grim as he mocked with an underlying threat. "Your Majesty, our second army is already at Tai Nguyen City awaiting orders, protecting your borders in case some other factions have their eyes on you. However, if you're not willing to join us, and become our friend, then I'm afraid some nasty things will happen. Chapter 477 Cooperation. Chapter 477 Cooperation. Zito's words were a blatant threat. If Xiong wasn't willing to submit, then their 1st and 2nd Battalion will immediately launch a simultaneous assault to rip the Eagle King's forces out by the roots. Xiong had kept 3 battalions back at his establishments, but of those 3, only one could be considered an elite force. The rest were new recruits and held melee weapons. They were simply not a match for the soldiers from the Kingdom of God, who were well-equipped. Xiong's face turned ashen as he clenched his fists tightly. The fury in his heart was surging, and he badly wanted to pummel the guy in front of him right now. If he joined the Kingdom of God, his establishment would still be swallowed up by them anyway. These foreigners were not trustworthy people. Xiong mulled for a long while, before replying softly, "Fine, I'll do it." Zito's face revealed a strange smile as he opened up a box and handed to Xiong. "Congratulations on making the right choice. This is a divine pill that we manufactured. As long as you consume it, you could become a core member of ours." Xiong's face fell as he stared at Zito, spitting out, "You don't trust me?" He was naturally clear about what the so-called divine pill was. In truth, it was something that the Kingdom of God had processed using the mutant plant life and some strange mutant beasts as research. This was one of the measures used by the Kingdom of God to control any foreign powers. Those who aren't our kin are sure to be of a different heart this sentence. The Europeans were extremely familiar as well. The Kingdom of God would use such methods to force the control of the leader of any forces outside of their people. If there wasn't an antidote given each month, the leader would die of the effects of poisoning. Zito maintained that respectful smile, saying, "Oh no, we trust the Eagle King. However, with this divine pill, our cooperation would be even more smooth sailing." Xiong's face drained of color as he fell silent. The moment he consumed this pill, his life was basically doomed to be in the hands of the Kingdom of God. There would be no way to escape their clutches again. Right at this time, a military officer came bursting into the room in high spirits, reporting, "Eagle King, Your Majesty, Wu Yanhang's forces from afar had returned. They're currently engaging the 1st Battalion of the Kingdom of God's Vietnam branch in an intense battle." "What? Huh, that's great." Hearing the news, Xiong's face regained some color as he chuckled at Zito. "Your Excellency, did you hear that? Now Wu Yanhang's forces are fighting it out with your 1st Battalion. If I were to join forces with him now, what do you think?" Zito's face that had always been polite now looked positively ugly, although he still smiled and said, "Your Majesty, you wouldn't do that. We're your friends. I hope that you can work with our forces to eliminate Wu Yanhang's troops. After that, we can split Langsun City equally." Now that the situation was not favorable to the Kingdom of God, Zito immediately changed his tune and threw his earlier threats out the window, opting for another tactic. Xiong eyed Zito coolly and ordered, "Mr. Zito, I will take your proposal into consideration. For now, please leave. Send him out." 2 of the soldiers immediately escorted Zito out. One of the intelligence officers immediately asked Xiong, "What do we do now, Eagle King?" Xiong had a steely expression as he ordered, "Convey my command. All troops are to pull out of Langsun City and construct defense fortifications." As he gave the order, he wept internally. It was just that one step he almost had Langsun City in his hands. Now, his best options were to gather his troops, to defend his location, and await the development of the situation. Equals 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 equals. Damn it, Yu Zhong, that fucking yellow monkey. As expected, all those Chinese monkeys are not trustworthy. The moment Zito left Xiong's place, his face was contorted with fury. He was not stupid, and had immediately come to the conclusion that Xiong had not seen the plan through, allowing Zhao Yuanshuang's forces to make it back in the nick of time. Of course, Zito and the rest would not think that what they were about to do to Qin Shengyong was the same, totally cutting any form of retreat for him. On the front lines, Zhao Yuanshuang's voice rang out, motivating the soldiers. Charge! Kill all those foreign pigs. They are invaders that had caused much misery for our race and ancestors. Once they get into Lang Sun City, our wives, sons, and daughters would become their slaves. Kill the invaders. Kill the invaders. Kill all those white-skinned pigs. For the glory of our Vietnam. For the glory of our Vietnam. With Zhao Yuanshuang's inflammatory words, those elite soldiers were riled up, and under the command of their officers, they begun to launch their assault, wave after wave. Such a troop was not only the elites of Wuyanhong. At the same time, they were fanatics that had been brainwashed. Their fighting spirit and will was indomitable. Adding to their strict military training, together with their experience, they were truly a formidable force. Under the cover of the self-propelled rockets, tanks rolled towards the location of the Kingdom of God's forces. There were Vietnam soldiers wielding rifles without fear of deaths that marched on beside the tanks. Within the camp of the Kingdom of God's forces, the commander, Alex, watched the incoming wave of enemies and chuckled coldly. What a bunch of morons! They actually dare to contend with us in terms of firepower? They're really stupid. Black Hawk 1, move out. With that order, 20 assault helicopters flew out from the camp, making their way towards the Vietnam Army. At the same time, from within the camp, 36 40-barrel rocket launchers began firing without stop at the battlefield. 24 other 122 self-propelled artillery also fire upon the area where the tanks were, blasting the entire region continuously. In just a few seconds, the Vietnam troops found themselves blanketed by heavy fire. With that fearsome display of might of the 20 tanks that Zhao Yuanshuang sent out, 12 were instantly decimated. The remaining 8 tanks did not have the time to exhibit their prowess when the 24 assault helicopters in the air locked on their targets, releasing a line of anti-tank bullets, destroying 6 of them and blasting them into pieces. The last 2 tanks immediately tried to retreat. One of them unfortunately latched on by an anti-tank rocket that came blasting it. The other managed to successfully escape into the forest. In just 20 short minutes, Zhao Yuanshuang's armored forces that had been invincible on the battlefield was thoroughly annihilated. This was a one-sided battle. The might of the Kingdom of God was simply too overpowering, and these were the trump cards of Alex. Many talents congregated at the Kingdom of God, and they could casually summon 24 assault helicopters to decimate their enemies. Whereas for Wuyanhong, he had at most 8 of them, and his manpower was only sufficient to operate only 2 of them. Without the manpower, even if they have the equipment, they could not operate it. Just as Alex was smiling smugly, a bright flare occurred in the distance as a 12.7mm huge sniper round shot down one of the helicopters, causing it to explode. At that instant, it burst into a ball of flames, dropping to the ground. Beside Zhao Yuanshuang, one of the experts of the Sky Wolf Battalion glared at the remaining 23 assault helicopters hatefully before retreating back within the forest. It was precisely him who had fired that shot, which caused an assault helicopter to explode. An ordinary round would not have been capable of doing such a thing. After collapsing the advance of Zhao Yuanshuang, 40 tanks came rolling out from the Kingdom of God's base, forming a terrifying fleet of metal backed by elite soldiers charging beside them. The entire force made their way towards Zhao Yuanshuang and his troops. Retreat into the forest. Zhao Yuanshuang watched the incoming metal fleet and called out in a solemn tone. They would not be able to control the flow of the battle through a full-on clash, and could only rely on guerrilla warfare within the woods. At that time, during the Vietnam War, the Vietnamese were simply no match for the American troops. They had managed to win due to a few factors, namely the support of 2 huge countries, as well as the internal strife of the American troops. Furthermore, the Vietnamese had relied on their knowledge of the terrain to slowly wear down the American forces. With his order, the troops immediately broke off into formation, transforming into 6 different sections before escaping further into the woods. These parts of Vietnam was their home ground, where hills and dense woods played a beneficial part to them. As Zhao Yuan Shuang's forces escaped into the woods, the tanks from the Kingdom of God would find it hard to display their might. However, the 23 assault helicopters flew over the forest, firing incendiary rounds. As the rounds landed on the lush green forest, they exploded into flames and started to consume the trees and everything in the vicinity. Even though it was in the middle of winter, there were still large patches of grass and trees that began burning. Many of the Vietnamese soldiers were instantly enveloped and burned alive. Another sniper bullet that was amplified by the strengthened bullets skill landed on one of the assault helicopters, causing it to burst into a ball of flames and drop from the skies. Chapter 478, Might of the Forces of Kingdom of God. Chapter 478, Might of the Forces of Kingdom of God. After 2 assault helicopters were shot down, the remaining 22 helicopters became more cautious, increasing their altitude. They continued to fire down incendiary rounds and explosives, turning the forest into a sea of fire. Although Zhao Yuan Shuang had intended to bring his troops to escape into the forest, they were still wiped out by the 22 assault helicopters. Chen Xiong watched the Kingdom of God's forces easily annihilating Zhao Yuan Shuang's forces from afar, and he was filled with shock. So strong. They're too terrifying. The forces of the Kingdom of God is seriously too overbearing. After all, the amount of resources that the Kingdom of God had access to was something not even Chen Xiong nor Wu Yanhong could hope to touch. The Kingdom of God had the latest technology in all of Europe and had already started to consolidate their influence and control over the entire globe. Even the branch in Vietnam was already terrifying. They were a modern army, backed with the support of satellites and top-of-the-range logistics, and not some random bunch of people wielding melee weapons that didn't even know the basics of warfare. Even though it was blunt and ugly to the ears, Yu Zhong was also just a strong bumpkin. The amount of resources he had could not compare against the Kingdom of God. Chen Xiong watched as the 1st Battalion of the Kingdom of God slaughtered the Vietnamese soldiers with ease, and the unease in his heart grew. His troops were not weak, but they were slightly inferior to Zhao Yuan Shuang's forces. If he were in Zhao Yuan Shuang's shoes, they would have likely been forced to the woods as well. Just as his expression continued to turn paler by the second, a military officer came up to him and said, "Eagle King, Wu Yanhong had sent an envoy to seek an audience." Chen Xiong's eyes flashed with surprise. "Let him in." One of the soldiers escorted the person to Chen Xiong. "Wu Yanhong." Upon seeing the man, Chen Xiong blurted out and drew back a few steps. The 3 evolvers and 2 enhancers who were above level 40 that were Chen Xiong's personal guards immediately stepped in front of Chen Xiong and eyed the man in front of them dangerously. The man who had established the great Vietnam Empire and had referred to himself as Emperor, a nationalistic supremacist, and a warlord, Wen Hong. Wu Yanhong smirked at Chen Xiong. "It's me. I'm here to discuss cooperating." Chen Xiong recovered from his shock, taking another 2 steps back before asking Wu Yanhong indifferently, "You're able to let it go." This time, Chen Xiong had really stabbed Wu Yanhong, the Wolf Fong Battalion destroyed, and Wu Yanhong himself almost lost his life. Such a grievance. It was hard for Chen Xiong to believe that Wu Yanhong could put it down. Wu Yanhong replied directly, "I can't let it go." His pupils narrowed as he looked at Chen Xiong and continued, "However, even if I can't let it go, I have to do so today. If we continue to clash, the white pigs will be the ones to benefit. I will definitely not allow our Vietnam to fall into the hands of those white pigs. Chen Xiong, this time, please join forces with me." "No, take it that I'm begging you. Let's kill those white pigs together." Wu Yanhong's eyes flashed with a ferocious light as he promised. as long as you cooperate with me. After this battle, I'm willing to share a battalion's worth of equipment and 40,000 people with you. I'd rather you become the overlord of our Vietnam than seeing those shameless white pigs taking control here. Xiong heard the sincerity in Wu Yinhong's words, his eyes flashing with a strange gaze, and he mulled silently a while, before replying, "Fine. Wu Yinhong, you're a true hero. I'm willing to join forces with you and eradicate those invaders." Wu Yinhong revealed a smile. "Thank you." Everybody had many sides to them. Wu Yinhong was a sadistic and cruel racist, and was lustful to boot, viewing the Chinese with contempt and hatred, but he was without a doubt a nationalistic man, and he was extremely charming to his people. After coming to terms, both sides sent their armies to attack the kingdom of God from the back. On one corner of the battlefield, 4,000 Chinese survivors with tattered clothing, soulless eyes, and bodies full of scars gathered together. The Chinese survivors in Langsun City did not number many, and these 4,000 survivors were basically captured from Wu Yinhong's conquests around the region. He had wanted his Vietnamese people to become the top of the food chain, and hence he had intended for the Chinese to become slaves to serve his people. Wu Yinhong glared at the 4,000 Chinese survivors and ordered coldly, "I'm Wu Yinhong. I'm ordering you guys to charge ahead. Kill those white pigs. For each white pig killed, I'll grant that person his freedom. If you don't charge, I'll kill your wives, children, and parents. Issue them their weapons." With the order given, the Vietnamese soldiers came over and issued a wooden bat to each Chinese survivor. Wu Yinhong did not trust the Chinese survivors, and hence, he wouldn't give them any decent weapons, not even a single hacking knife. "Charge! Those who don't will die." Wu Yinhong then hollered at those Chinese survivors. Under the threat of those black guns, the Chinese survivors could only launch their assault towards the base camp of the Kingdom of God helplessly. The Kingdom of God had incredible firepower, and the moment the 4,000 survivors charged forwards, they were met with a rain of bullets, causing them to be torn apart. Many of those in front were instantly felled or injured, and the battlefield was strewn with corpses and fresh blood. The courage of the rest were dashed, as they begun to retreat in horror and fear. "Charge! Those who retreat will be shot dead," one Vietnamese officer shouted. From the Vietnamese site, likewise, a rain of bullets were fired upon the Chinese survivors, killing a number of them. On the battlefield, regardless of which side, the Chinese survivors were caught in the crossfire, becoming corpses. Be it the Vietnamese army or the Kingdom of God, they could not trust the Chinese survivors, nor were they willing to accept their surrender. "Bunch of bastards." From afar, Xiong observed the battlefield through the scope of his Falcon sniper quietly, although his fury was growing. Xiong watched his countrymen falling one by one in their own blood and kept his Falcon sniper. He closed his eyes as he slumped against a tree, not bearing to watch on. It was not time yet for Xiong to make his move, and he could only watch helplessly as the 4,000 Chinese survivors were slaughtered by the crossfire. Even for the bigger picture, this 4,000 figure is still a huge number. Xiong laid under the tree as he muttered bitterly. Equals 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 equals. Damn Vietnamese monkeys. They can't be trusted. Alex was betrayed by the cooperation of Wu Yinhong and Xiong, and was enraged at this point. The Kingdom of God's troops was a mechanized force, and they were about to establish a form of defense line. But with the actions of Wu Yinhong and Xiong, they still lost a number of men. Alex quickly adjusted his tactics, recalling the 40 tanks, this time concentrating the assault towards Langsun City. The fearsome artillery was also aimed towards that direction. This time, Wu Yinhong and Xiong had a thorough understanding of the terrifying might of the forces from the Kingdom of God, and they quickly pulled their troops back to Langsun City. On the other side, Zhao Yuan Shuang continued to organize little skirmishes against the troops of the Kingdom of God. Alex had no choice but to deploy some of the experts to take on the forces of Zhao Yuan Shuang, both sides suffering great losses. Having adjusted their strategy, Alex deployed the armored forces and launched an assault on Langsun City. Amidst that dense volley of fire, parts of Langsun City were slowly taken. Still, the Vietnamese soldiers were incredibly tenacious. In order to defend against the invaders, even women and children joined in the battle. At the same time, Wien Hong and Chun Sheng-yong racked their brains to send in their combined forces and experts, slowly whittling the strength of the Kingdom of God. Tanks were well suited in wide, open areas, but in narrow spaces, they would face a disadvantage. Because of that, Wien Hong and Chun Sheng-yong had shrewdly abandoned fighting out in the open, instead bringing the fight to their home grounds, where the terrain was cruel to the tanks. The intense battle continued on all the way till night, before both sides took a breather. Both parties had suffered great losses, the Vietnamese army having lost about 2,000 people, while the casualties of the survivors numbered in the 10,000s. The Kingdom of God likewise had a casualties count of 300 people, 6 assault helicopters, 7 tanks, 10 IFVs, and 20 machine gun-mounted vehicles. These Vietnamese monkeys do have some fight in them. Alex was outraged at the result because the deaths of the men on their side had been from their elite soldiers. In the whole of Vietnam, the Kingdom of God only had 3,000 members from the elite force. In this battle, he had activated 2,000 of them to decimate 11,000 people, of which 4,000 were the Chinese survivors. Killing 6,000 enemies at the cost of his own 300 soldiers was a huge loss. Raid! Raid! All of a sudden, there were alarms blaring all over the base camp of the Kingdom of God, as a number of Vietnamese experts came under the cover of the night to launch a sneak attack. Honk! Honk! The dozens of Vietnamese experts had just crossed the steel fence when a number of pressure-triggered mines exploded, directly claiming the lives of 3 of the Vietnamese experts. A flare shot into the sky, illuminating the entire area. Countless firepower began raining down on the area, killing 7 other Vietnamese experts instantly. The remaining experts tried to retreat swiftly. Unfortunately, there were another 2 who lost their lives. Chapter 479, Tragic Battle. Chapter 479, Tragic Battle. On this night, the Vietnamese army had organized 8 sneak raids and managed to kill 60 of the Kingdom of God soldiers. However, their own side suffered a loss of 100 soldiers and 21 enhancers above level 20. With the harassment of the Vietnamese army, the Kingdom of God didn't get a good night's rest. Early the next morning, the Kingdom of God resumed its relentless assault on Langsun City. With a continuous volley of artillery fire, the metal fleet of the Kingdom of God begun to push further into Langsun City. Although Wien Hong and Chun Sheng-yong had been backed into a corner, they were still putting up a strong resistance, as a huge number of Vietnamese youths were activated and drafted into the frontline troops, acting as cannon fodder. With the incitement of the 2 leaders, the Vietnamese youths came to see the Kingdom of God as invaders and were full of hostility. Although they had weak combat capabilities, they charged on bravely against the Kingdom of God. However, the harsh reality of life was displayed everywhere, that in battle, just pure courage would not win battles. The hot-blooded youths found themselves laying in their own blood not long after charging onto the battlefield. At the same time, not all the Vietnamese were unafraid of death. With the constant rain of fire blasting down on the city, a number of the Vietnamese survivors were frightened out of their wits and tried to escape from the heat of the battlefield. Under the pressure of the Kingdom of God's advance, the casualties of Wien Hong and Chun Sheng-yong's troops were rising. Of course, their utmost efforts still gave a whole lot of trouble for Alex. In just another day, the elite forces of the Kingdom of God had lost another 300 people. At the same time, 6 tanks and 5 assault helicopters were destroyed. As for the Vietnamese army, they had lost 5,000 people. Most of the deaths were the Vietnamese youths that had just been drafted in. They did not possess much in the way of fighting capabilities. However, they were great cannon fodder and attracted the firepower from the kingdom of God. Upon receiving the report of the battle, Alex became agitated. Damn it! This Vietnamese monkeys are truly persistent. They do have some small ability after all. In these 2 whole days of battle, Alex had decimated close to 10,000 Vietnamese people, but he still had not conquered Lang Son City. The casualties on his side were numbering 700, close to half of his original troops. He began to harbor the thought of retreating. After all, he was left with only 1,300 troops. An intense battle that had lasted 2 days. With his losses reaching 30%, this caused the morale of the soldiers of the kingdom of God to drop as well. They were human after all, and offense always took more of a toll as compared to defense. However, it was hard for Alex to get off the proverbial tiger by now. If he didn't manage to eliminate Wei Hong and Xiong, then after they recover their strength, the kingdom of God would have an additional headache. The kingdom of God had a reach that spanned the entire globe with the best soldiers, the most advanced technology as well as intelligence. However, they had their shortcomings as well. Their most important establishment was in Europe, and hence, the bulk of their power was consolidated there. In this apocalyptic world, at this point, it would be too much to send more reinforcements to the other areas of the world. Furthermore, since they're mainly overseas, to build up a force that was trustworthy took time. This time, they had activated their 1st Battalion of the Vietnam branch to act. If they were to fail, then the situation would spiral out of control, which may even mean losing their hold over this part of the world. Vice versa, if the kingdom of God could take over Lang Son as well as Thanh Nguyen, then it was equivalent to them having established a stable foothold in this area. From here, they could keep watch over Guangxi, at the same time, slowly swallow up the whole of Vietnam. Alex eyed Lang Son City from where he was, his eyes flashing with a resolute gaze. We must hang on for one more day. They should be at the end of their ropes already. I cannot afford to retreat. There can only be victory. Victory! In Lang Son City, Xiong eyed Wei Hong beside him and asked solemnly, "How is it? Old Wu, are you able to hang on?" Wei Hong was currently riddled with many new scars and as well as many new injuries. His entire demeanor looked sluggish. In the earlier battle, he had single-handedly decimated 80 soldiers of the Kingdom of God, destroyed 3 tanks, and his measures were ruthless and decisive. However, he had suffered the brunt of a few explosives, and a huge cannon had actually landed near him. If it wasn't for his metal armor protecting him, he would have become a corpse. Wei Hong's eyes flashed with a savage light as he replied, "Yeah, those white pigs want my life. Not so easy." Xiong directly continued, "Old Wu, how many more troops can you send out? My troops are about to be exterminated." Wei Hong eyed Xiong coolly and replied, "I'll get someone to send 2,000 men to you." Wei Hong knew that Xiong still had a battalion of elites that he would not send out no matter what. They were his core and final trump card. He would definitely not deploy them unless absolutely necessary. As for the other troops of Xiong, they did put up an incredibly tough fight, hence Wei Hong was willing to hand over some troops. There were still 130,000 survivors in Lang Son City. If Wei Hong were to disregard everything and deploy all he got, he could still pull out a huge 80,000-man army. However, this army would be a motley crew of people using melee weapons. With a huge establishment of manpower, Wei Hong was able to generously pass 2,000 soldiers over to Xiong. Xiong had a look of hesitation before he suggested, "Old Wu, why not? We retreat first." The intense fighting over these past 2 days had really opened Xiong's eyes to the might of the Kingdom of God. 6 of his elite battalions had fought hard, but they were already down to 1 battalion. Of course, this was also partly due to having lost 3 battalions to Wei Hong earlier. Even with Xiong and Wei Hong joining forces against the Kingdom of God, they still suffered heavy casualties. Xiong was extremely clear that Hong was left with only one elite battalion within Lang's Son. The rest were just new recruits without much experience. If it wasn't for the new recruits being brainwashed to be nationalistic heroes, and their fighting will to be that strong, Xiong and Hong would have long been crushed. Hong's eyes flashed as he replied loudly, "No way. We have to defend here. Even if we have to risk it all and send every soldier to their doom, we will definitely not let them have Lang's Son City. Our Vietnamese people would rather die than become their slaves." Xiong's eyes flashed with a strange light. "Okay, I'll fight alongside you till the end." Equals 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 equals. On this night, Hong brought his men and launched a night raid once more, killing another 32 soldiers. However, over 80 Vietnamese recruits and 15 enhancers over level 20 had been sacrificed to attract the firepower of the Kingdom of God. Hong's nightly raids left Alex simmering with rage, and early the next morning, the Kingdom of God unleashed a terrifying onslaught on the city of Lang's Son. A barrage of heavy fire rained down on Lang's Son City, and this time, the Kingdom of God did not care if the ordinary citizens got hurt or killed. Wherever there were people, they would concentrate their fire there. The assault helicopters in the air rained bullets down continuously, as a huge number of Vietnamese survivors would either be blasted or torn to shreds. Those soldiers from the Kingdom of God launching their assault would also kill any living thing that crossed their path without mercy, be it the men or women, elderly or children. As long as there were people, they would gun them down ruthlessly. Alex was adamant on taking down Lang's Son City this time, and his troops must occupy the city by the end of today. Hong and Xiong brought their men as they resisted with their utmost efforts, as many hot-blooded Vietnamese youths were sent to the battlefield, becoming cannon fodder and ultimately a bunch of corpses. At that part of the battlefield, Hong was covered with a 10 centimeters thick steel armor, charging through the battlefield like Iron Man. With each fist that he threw out, a soldier would lose his head. For soldiers surrounded him, their hands wielding assault rifles as they fired wildly at Hong. A large number of the bullets just bounced off the armor. Hong eyed the 4 soldiers and waved his hands. From behind them, sharp steel beams burst out of their places in the structure, penetrating their skulls and killing them instantly. He panted slightly after killing these 4 soldiers at an instant. If he hadn't expended his energy for his ability, the situation would have been tough to handle. Just as he was panting for breath, a huge sense of crisis welled up, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. Pong! Following the sound of a gunshot, Hong found a large sniper bullet hitting him squarely on the shoulders, causing the metal armor to be blasted apart, at the same time shattering his left shoulder bone. They're finally making their move. Hong's face turned pale as he seemed to have come to an understanding. After his shoulder was disabled, 2 enhancers came charging at him, one having transformed into a werewolf, the other into a wereleopard. On the other side, there was a spirit-based expert that activated a spirit attack towards Hong. From afar, inside a huge building, a blonde-haired man eyed Hong coldly as he took out an RPG and aimed. Chapter 480, Lang's Son City Falls. Chapter 480, Lang's Son City Falls. One expert immediately casted his second-order gravity manipulation from afar, and in that instant, Hong's body was instantly enveloped by a force that was 8 times that of the usual gravity. His speed became sluggish, and every step required a lot of his energy. Fortunately, the layer of metal protecting him was under his own control, otherwise he would have been crushed into meat paste by the weight and added gravity. In order to deal with this ultimate expert from the Vietnam Army, Alex had deployed 6 enhancers above level 40. He had even gotten 2 level 50 experts to join forces with the rest to deal with Wien Hong. Once they killed Wien Hong, the resistance in Lang Sun City would weaken by at least 30%. As the self-proclaimed emperor of the great Vietnamese empire, Wien Hong was truly powerful. The total number of elites of the Kingdom of God that had died at his hands numbered in the 200s. This was a terrifying number. After all, the total strength of the 1st Battalion of the Kingdom of God was only 2,000 people. That was to say, Wien Hong alone had decimated 10% of their strength. Want to kill me? You'll have to pay a painful price. White pigs. Wien Hong's eyes flashed with a vicious glint. The spirit attack assaulted Wien Hong, bursting with a flash of white light. The werewolf enhancer charged towards Wien Hong, his claws stretched out, aiming for his head. Although Wien Hong had metal protecting his head as well, the sharp claws of that werewolf could easily rip through the metal like paper. Go to hell. Wien Hong's eyes had a severe look, and he did not dodge nor evade, instead charging at the werewolf. The claws of the werewolf tore the metal off Wien Hong's face, causing 5 deep gashes. Wien Hong's fist came swinging viciously on the chest of the werewolf, and a sharp metal blade tore through the werewolf. He then twisted the blade before pulling it upwards, slicing the werewolf in two, splattering blood everywhere. The were-leopard shot forwards like a specter to Wien Hong's side. However, Wien Hong's fist swung towards the spot as though he foresaw the attack, and a single punch caused the enhancer's head to explode. After killing that were-leopard, Wien Hong shot a look towards the spirit-based enhancer, waving his hands as 20 pieces of compressed metal bearings, each weighing over 100 kilograms, shot towards the enhancer. In an instant, the enhancer was violently assaulted by those metal balls, mangling his body and killing him. At this time, the RPG-wielding expert from the building pulled the trigger as a rocket shot towards Wien Hong. That expert had the trajectory manipulation ability, and any round fired by him would find its target no matter what. Countless experts had died at his RPG. Wien Hong's eyes flashed with a strange light, controlling metal armor to fly away from his body, forming a shield right in front of him. The rocket flew and blasted on the shield, causing a huge hole in the metal layer, but not harming Wien Hong in the slightest. Wien Hong eyed the RPG-wielding expert, his gaze turning cold. He immediately activated his ability, and a steel beam from the building twisted out from its place, shooting towards the expert. That RPG-wielding expert was also a veteran, and he had long since reacted by dodging to one side. Pung! Just as Wien Hong was focused on controlling the sharp steel beam to kill the RPG expert, the sniper from afar with the bullet-strengthening ability fired a round at Wien Hong. Wien Hong was sent flying back about 7 to 8 meters, the ribcage bones on his chest entirely shattered to pieces. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he slumped to the floor. Wien Hong was truly overbearing in his strength, but he had been through continuous, intense fights. His stamina and spirit had almost been expended fully, and thus, under the joint efforts of 6 experts, dealing with 3 was the maximum he could do before he was overwhelmed. Seeing that Wien Hong was down, the expert with the gravity manipulation charged straight for him. He was a close combat specialist, but he lacked those skills specific for close combat. With a thought, Wien Hong controlled another layer of metal to swiftly cover his body, and through his control, the suit of armor moved, bringing him away. Without the werewolf or were-leopard harassing him, Wien Hong soon escaped from that area and retreated back within Lang Sun City. Currently, the Vietnamese army within Lang Sun City could be considered to be giving their 120%. With Wien Hong pulling out of the battle, the situation became even more dire. Forced into a corner, Xiong had no choice but to deploy the elites in his command. On the other side, Wien Hong also activated his last elite battalion, sending them into battle. With the final 2 elite battalions of the Vietnamese army joining the fray, the soldiers of the Kingdom of God found themselves in trouble again. However, With the relentless onslaught of heavy artillery, the final two elite battalions were wiped out after 2 hours. With the final two elite battalions collapsing, the entire Lang Son city was thrown into chaos as a huge number of Vietnamese survivors began to escape from the city towards the forest. Outside Lang Son city, there were all sorts of zombies and mutant beasts wandering around. The Vietnamese survivors knew this well. However, compared to those zombies and mutant beasts, the Vietnamese survivors feared the kingdom of God. After the intense battles these past 3 days, Nguyen Hong and Chun Xiong were considered to be defeated by the kingdom of God, their troops entirely wiped out. However, they did manage to deal a heavy blow to the kingdom of God, whose own casualties numbered in the 1,100. Not only that, 23 tanks, 60 machine gun-mounted vehicles, 30 IFVs, and 10 assault helicopters were destroyed as well. The soldiers of the kingdom of God weren't decent people. Having charged into Lang Son city and seeing the fleeing survivors, their eyes turned red at the thought of their fallen comrades. They began to kill those Vietnamese survivors without discrimination, and a number of them even grabbed some of the prettier Vietnamese ladies, taking off their pants and raping them on the spot. There wasn't any major laws governing these branches of the kingdom of God. Being in foreign countries, they didn't have to bear any consequences of harming women. It must be known that even before the apocalypse, troops would also pillage and rape during wars. Even female troopers were not spared from some dodgy events going on in their own bases. The whole Lang Son city turned into a scene from hell, with blood and fire everywhere. Vietnamese survivors were running everywhere, while the savage laughters of the Europeans rang out, mixed with the sobbing of the Vietnamese women. The victor would always decide the fate of the loser. When Nguyen Hong was slaughtering the Chinese were crying, while the Vietnamese laughed. Now the Europeans had obtained victory. The ones crying were the Vietnamese. Amidst the carnage, Alex sauntered into Lang Son under the protection of his troops. One of the intelligence officers saw a soldier directly stripping a Vietnamese woman of her clothes and began raping her. His eyebrows furrowed as he spoke. "Commander, please give the order to round up those bastards. Their behavior now is too atrocious." In war, not everyone would lose their basic humanity. Some would maintain some form of conscience. Alex glanced at that officer, smiling in a tolerant manner. The guys have been through a tough few months. The stress they've endured is not small. They should relax a bit. These are just a few yellow-skinned monkeys. Being able to help our boys de-stress should be their honor. If those soldiers had laid hands on other Aryans, Alex would not have hesitated to execute them on the spot, carrying out martial law. However, since these were Vietnamese women, Alex didn't care. To him, they were equivalent to monkeys, and he would not be enraged over the rape of a monkey. The intelligence officer seemed to have more to say, but upon noticing the dirty looks the rest were sending him, he shut his mouth. After conquering a city, most invaders would pillage and rape. During the 8-Nation Alliance response to the Boxer Rebellion, there were many such cases as well. If the intelligence officer continued to shoot his mouth off, he might not live to see another day. He was, after all, not a pure Aryan. "Move out!" Xiong had been hiding in a forest, and he gave the order to launch an assault after confirming that the Kingdom of God had sent a battalion to protect the artillery team towards Lang Son. In an instant, 5 battalions shot forwards. A 2,500-strong army launched an attack on the soldiers of the Kingdom of God. The commander of the artillery team, Nangong, was currently grumbling, "Damn it, we set out too late. Those good-looking Vietnamese women are bound to be taken by those assholes." In this foreign country, where everything was prohibited in war, Nangong was looking forward to tasting having power over someone else's life, not to mention that he hadn't had a woman for nearly 3 weeks. Enemy raid! Enemy raid! All of a sudden, alarms went off, and Nangong's face fell. He came to the front lines and saw the troops of Xiong swarming towards them. Nangong looked at the huge troop of soldiers, and his face became extremely pale as he cursed out, "Fuck! Who are these people? How the hell is there an armed force here? What the fuck is the intelligence department doing? How come no one caught sight of such a huge movement? Chapter 481. The Fruits of Victory Change Hands. Chapter 481. The Fruits of Victory Change Hands. In order to support the Vietnamese branch to carry out their objectives, the Kingdom of God had arranged for their satellites to concentrate on Vietnam. Xiong knew that they had satellites in their control. That was why he had deployed troops carefully from Tion Xian, borrowing the cover of the night to slowly creep towards the forest. This time, Xiong's raid had truly come out of the blue, and although Nangong tried his best to organize his troops in a bid to resist, it was futile. His troops had already left their previous location and had been through 2 days of intense fighting. Surrounded by the troops of Xiong, which were 5 times their numbers, after just defending for 30 minutes, their simple defenses were broken through, and the entire force collapsed. Damn bastards. Those useless pricks from intelligence. Nangong watched as his troops were torn apart by those soldiers from all directions utilizing all sorts of abilities, and his face became grim as he ordered, "Surrender. We surrender." A white flag rose from that camp of the Kingdom of God, representing that the battalion had lost all intent to resist and were surrendering. At this time, there were about 150 soldiers left. The Europeans were different from the Asians. Over at that side, when the battle wasn't in their favor, they would surrender automatically. Of course, it wasn't that their fighting will was weak. Instead, they had high fighting will and combat strength. It was just that they were more accepting of loss as compared to the Asians. Xiong used a force of 5 battalions, 2,500 men, to overcome 400 soldiers of the Kingdom of God. They managed to kill over 200, but at the cost of about 100 plus of his own men. It could be seen that the Kingdom of God was truly strong. Xiong quickly ordered his men to round up the soldiers of the Kingdom of God, before organizing his troops to begin the second assault towards Lang Son City. By this time, the Kingdom of God soldiers of the 1st Battalion were either chasing down the Vietnamese survivors or raping women. The moment Xiong and his forces came storming through, they instantly cut down these unsuspecting soldiers, slicing straight through the heart of their forces. How did it come to this? Damned yellow monkeys. Fucking Xiong. Within Lang Son City, Alex saw the events unfolding and cursed out loudly. One of the intelligence officers immediately came up to advise, "Commander, please retreat. If you don't, we're going to be exterminated." The entire Lang Son City was blanketed by sounds of firing again. This time, it was the Kingdom of God soldiers who surrendered or were executed on the spot. These soldiers were elites, but without their bearings and orders, they could not withstand the onslaught of Xiong's forces. The Kingdom of God was not lacking experts, but under the siege of enemies 5 times their size, those who saw their chance escaped. The rest who were slower were immediately killed. Alex gritted his teeth and cursed. "Retreat. Damn yellow monkeys. I'll remember this. I will not let you go, Xiong." Under Alex's orders, the remaining Kingdom of God soldiers began to escape in various directions. This time, it was the enraged Vietnamese that made a move. Many of them turned around to kill those retreating soldiers of the Kingdom of God, and those that came across Xiong's troops would surrender, otherwise they were immediately overcome and executed as well. Those soldiers from the Kingdom of God tried their best to escape. In the end, it was only Alex and about 20 experts who managed to break out. Alex was the commander of the Vietnam branch of the Kingdom of God, and he was an agility-based evolver in his own right. That was how he managed to break out. Xiong forcefully wiped out the remainder of the troops of the Kingdom of God before continuing his advance towards the inner center of Lang Son City. As of now, most of the troops in Lang Son City, be it Vietnamese or the Europeans, were nearly annihilated. However, Nguyen Hong and Chun Sheng had managed to hold out, bringing 2,600 soldiers and withdrawing to a secretive location that was surrounded by some defenses. Around the location, there were a few walls and holes for guns, arranged in a complicated defensive formation. The best way to overcome these defenses would be to just blast the entire area into nothing. After Xiong brought his men to attack Lang's Sun City, he did not immediately charge at the secretive location. Instead, he deployed his men to block off any possible escape routes and to clean up the remainder of the great Vietnamese Empire soldiers within the city. The Vietnamese people in Lang Sun City were currently in extremely bad moods. Their hatred for the kingdom of God and Xiong's forces were similarly high. To them, there was no difference between the troops. They were all invaders. Hence, the resistance within the city was still strong. Xiong was absolutely merciless towards the Vietnamese who had acted against him and deployed his troops to unleash a killing spree. Any Vietnamese youths that jumped out passionately to defend were instantly executed on the spot, shocking the other Vietnamese people. Under the threat of the countless firing and cannons, the entire Lang Sun City soon quietened down as most of the Vietnamese survivors that were rounded up awaited judgment in fear, uncertain of their fate at Xiong's hands. Xiong directly implemented military rule to run and control Lang Sun City. All Vietnamese survivors were under curfew and were strictly to stay within their own rooms. If there were any Vietnamese seen roaming outside, the army was given authority to execute offenders on the spot. Under such a rule, all forms of contact between the Vietnamese survivors were cut off, and they could only wait fearfully for further orders in their own homes. Dan Dong was brought forwards by a soldier to Xiong's sight, and the moment he saw Xiong, he opened his mouth. "I want the treatment rightfully due to captives. I'm a commanding officer. I have the right to humane treatment and respect according to the Geneva Convention." According to the convention, Dan Dong would be considered a prisoner of war and would not be subjected to ill treatment. Furthermore, China always had the practice of treating her captives fairly. However, Xiong was someone who killed captives without blinking depending on his mood, hence Dan Dong would not necessarily get what he wants. The prisoners of war would usually be treated slightly worse than the Scum Battalion. At least the people in the Scum Battalion could get to eat their fill, whereas prisoners would have to live on a meager amount every day. Dan Dong had just eaten one meal of that miserable gruel, and his digestive system had rejected it almost instantly. Thinking about his future, his heart turned cold. Xiong eyed Dan Dong indifferently and said, "Bring your men and submit to me. Work for me. I can feed you and clothe you, and you'll have the respect you deserve." These soldiers of the kingdom of God were proficient in all sorts of modern weaponry, and were men of talents that Xiong sorely needed. Dan Dong had an incredulous look as he said, "Mr. Xiong, we're just your captives, and we have no intention of working for you. Our kingdom of God is willing to pay a sum to buy our freedom. What do you think?" Xiong did not bat an eyelid. "Then you guys can continue to rot in the prisoners' camp. This is the treatment of the prisoners here. Wait till your kingdom of God amasses enough funds to start negotiating, then we'll talk. Oh, and we don't keep idlers here. Even captives have to work. You must be prepared." Dan Dong heard those words, and his mind became numb. The food was already unbearable, and they could not eat their fill. They would still have to work. Their bodies would quickly deteriorate. In this current world, that would mean certain death. Dan Dong swiftly made his choice as he respectfully saluted Xiong. "I'm willing to lead my men to submit to you." Xiong showed a satisfied look as he gave an order. "Very good. Bring your troops and go blast that Linyang district." That was where Wuyan Hong and Chun Shengyong were currently holed up in. This time, Xiong had mobilized a number of his powerful enhancers, but he didn't bring any artillery personnel. Their breaching capabilities were weak. The moment Dan Dong brought his men to join Xiong, they filled up that weak spot in Xiong's troops. Right as Xiong was about to give the order to fire, a military officer came running up to him. "Leader, Chun Shengyong sent someone to seek an audience." Xiong was surprised. "Oh, let him in." A 32 to 33-year-old man with an ordinary build and looks came up to Xiong and began fawning upon him. "How do you do, Leader Xiong? I Li Ming Zong, am pleased to make your acquaintance. Yu Zhong, I Li Ming Zong, and immediately got down to business. What words does Chun Xiong have for me? This time, Yu Zhong had basically control of the entire situation. The entire Lang Sun City was in his hands, and he wasn't in the mood to play games with this Li Ming Zong, who was obviously not a decision-maker. Li Ming Zong discarded all his prepared bullshit and immediately replied, "The Eagle King is willing to join you and listen to your commands. He will also support your conquests over here as well as in Taiyuan." Yu Zhong immediately became more attentive. This time, the total death count of the Vietnamese survivors were in the 40,000s. However, there were still about 110,000 survivors. Yu Zhong was clear that Taiyuan would have a huge number of survivors as well. If Chun Xiong, who was a local, really threw in with Yu Zhong, then Yu Zhong would have a better means of controlling these Vietnamese survivors. Yu Zhong continued without skipping a beat. What are his conditions? Li Ming Zong hesitated a while before looking straight at Yu Zhong and spoke in Chinese. The Eagle King hopes that you can show your great mercy and not kill too many innocent Vietnamese. We in Hong have been a racist and supremacist and slaughtered numerous Chinese. Yu Zhong wasn't some saint himself. In Luo, Cun village, he had retaliated by killing the 4,000 Vietnamese survivors. With Lang Sun City and its nationalistic inhabitants landing in the hands of Yu Zhong, Chun Xiong was afraid that Yu Zhong would act up in anger and raze the entire city to the ground. Chapter 482, Infighting. Chapter 482, Infighting. With the cruel conditions of war, slaughtering ordinary civilians was still common in modern times. Often, there would be news of civilians suffering as a result of war. In the most recent history of China, there was the Nanking Massacre, or Rape of Nanking, as more commonly known. Chun Xiong was worried that in his anger, Yu Zhong might just massacre the entire city. Although Chun Xiong wasn't any saint himself, he could not bear to watch over 100,000 of his countrymen being slaughtered. Yu Zhong pondered silently before replying. All those scum whose hands have been covered in the blood of the Chinese, I will definitely not spare. Those that didn't participate, fine, I can leave them with their lives. This is my bottom line. Go back and tell Chun Xiong. Also, if he serves me wholeheartedly, I can grant him a commander position. Go back. If Chun Xiong truly submitted to Yu Zhong, he would gain the opportunity to lead the 100,000s of Vietnamese survivors alongside Yu Zhong. Granting him a position wasn't difficult. An army could be big or small. It could consist of 900 or over 1,000. They could be granted with melee weapons or state-of-the-art modern equipment. As long as Chun Xiong joined Yu Zhong had his means to control him. Li Ming Zong replied with respect, "Yes." Just as Li Ming Zong was about to leave the room, Yu Zhong's cold voice came from behind. "One more thing. I want Wei Hong's head as proof of Chun Xiong's surrender. If he can't do it, his capabilities are too weak. Then I would only give him a weaker position. I'm giving him a day's time to consider. If he doesn't bring his troops, then don't blame me for not being nice." Li Ming Zong replied, "Understood." Dan Dong frowned and asked, "Leader, do you still need me to lead the troops over to that district?" Yu Zhong replied calmly, "Go make your preparations. Await my orders." Chun Xiong's words were still not trustworthy. Yu Zhong had already set his plans in place. The moment any issues occurred on Chun Xiong's side, he would then use force to wipe out every single last one of the Vietnamese army. Within a basement in Linyang district. Chun Xiong was frowning as he asked Li Ming Zong, "He really said that?" "Yes, Eagle King," Li Ming Zong responded. Inside the basement, there were only the two of them. Chun Xiong heard Li Ming Zong's words, and his brows furrowed even deeper as he shut his eyes. Li Ming Zong saw that and suggested, "Eagle King, why don't we just bring our men and join Yu Zhong? Becoming a vice commander is already not too bad. Wei Hong might be seen as a beast and scum to foreigners, but to a large number of the Vietnamese survivors in Lang Sun City, He was their spiritual leader and hero. Li Mingzong could instantly tell that Xiong was reluctant to kill Wu Yanhong, because the moment he did that, he would be branded as a traitor and cursed for it. Xiong mulled for a long while before opening his eyes and eyed Li Mingzong, saying, "Go get Wu Yanhong to come over." Yes, Li Mingzong became alarmed, but he still saluted respectfully. "No, I think I should go and see him." Xiong hesitated before standing up and walking out with huge strides. Xiong brought 2 soldiers as they came to the room that Wu Yanhong was residing in. At this time, Wu Yanhong was lying in bed, while there were 4 level 30 enhancers standing quietly, guarding him. Wu Yanhong's ribcage had shattered, but he had taken a number of blood essences before, and his vitality wasn't too weak and had managed to hang on with his constitution. Wu Yanhong saw Xiong walking over and his brows arched, eyeing the soldiers behind Xiong and asked, "Old Chun, what's the situation?" "Stand down." Xiong gave the order to his guards. The 2 soldiers immediately left the room. Xiong eyed Wu Yanhong before looking at the 4 experts beside his bed. Wu Yanhong turned his gaze toward his guards and gave an order indifferently. "You guys stand down as well." With that, the other 4 guards also immediately left. Xiong came over to Wu Yanhong's side, his face full of concern and worry. "How's your body? Can you hold on?" These past 3 days, Wu Yanhong and Xiong had fought hard side by side, and both had grown to respect and care for each other. Wu Yanhong was thus not at odds with Xiong coming too close. Wu Yanhong's face fell as he replied slowly, "My condition isn't too good. I'm afraid that I won't be able to participate in any intense fighting for the next 2 months." Xiong hesitated a while before saying, "Old Wu, I have something I would like to say." Wu Yanhong replied, "I know you have something on your mind. What is it?" "My apologies. I'll borrow your head." Xiong's eyes flashed with an apologetic look, as his right hand shot forwards with lightning speed, piercing Wu Yanhong's neck. Before Wu Yanhong could even react, his head was already sliced off from the sudden attack by Xiong. Blood sprayed everywhere as his decapitated head rolled to the floor, his face still wearing a smile. He had never imagined, just a mere second ago, Xiong, who he had thought was a close friend, would kill him just like that. He, who had rose to power and lorded over Langsun City, the ruler of over 150,000 survivors, was just killed. Xiong bowed towards Wu Yanhong's corpse with an aggrieved expression. "I'm sorry. Old Wu, I need to give our Vietnamese people a way out. Although this was unfair to you, I have no choice." After which, Xiong then took off all of Wu Yanhong's equipment and kept them in a box. After finishing this, Xiong took huge strides as he walked out. The moment he went out, his blade went for one of the guards standing outside with lightning speed. The guard had no way of reacting before his life was taken away. The 2 experts who had followed Xiong earlier acted out at the same time. One of them suddenly grabbed the neck of one of Wu Yanhong's subordinates, twisting it viciously. Another took out a sharp dagger and sliced the throat of another guard. The remaining expert had no time to react when Xiong already used his blade to slice off his head. "Do it!" After killing those 4 experts under Wu Yanhong, he pulled out a walkie-talkie and coldly barked out. With Xiong's orders, his men began launching a frenzied assault on Wu Yanhong's remaining forces. As they didn't expect an attack from within, the troops of Wu Yanhong suffered greatly, as a number of the higher-ranking officials were taken out in a short time. Coupled with the fact that their leader Wu Yanhong had been killed, they were plunged into chaos. Xiong knew that the remaining troops of Wu Yanhong were extreme nationalists as well, and the moment any of them were allowed to escape, it would be a source of threat to him. Hence, he hardened his heart and got his men to take care of all of them. He was truly deciding to cast his lot in with Xiong. News of the internal strife within Linyang district soon made out. They've started to fight amongst themselves. Bai Xiong held up a pair of binoculars as he eyed the events unfolding in Linyang district, gloating over their misfortune. Dogs biting each other. Gan Tao eyed the direction, before turning around to ask Xiong in seriousness, "Leader, are you really going to let Xiong join us?" Gan Tao had lost many good brothers to the Vietnamese, and he was filled with hatred towards the Vietnamese. When he heard that Xiong wanted to recruit Xiong, he could not hold it in. Xiong replied, "Of course, as long as he accomplishes what I've told him to." Gan Tao was not satisfied as he pressed on, "Leader, he's Vietnamese. Our Chinese comrades have been killed by these Vietnamese here. Don't you want to wreak vengeance?" With these words, many of the officers looked towards Xiong. Xiong's faction had been built on rescuing many Chinese survivors from the hands of the Vietnamese, and these survivors were his most loyal supporters. Many of the military officers had risen from the ranks of these rescued survivors. Xiong maintained a resolute position. "Of course, those who had acted against our fellow Chinese people, I would not let a single one go." Hearing his promise, the waves of unrest in the hearts of these officers subsided. Xiong had led them on successive victories, and they were filled with respect and veneration for this man. He had never reneged on his promises, and they trusted him wholeheartedly. Pan Jingyong came up to Xiong and asked, "Leader, shall we go lend a hand?" At this time, the two factions of the Vietnamese army were fighting it out, and even if Xiong were to send his troops in without using artillery, he would be able to take it down easily. Xiong looked in the direction of Linyang district and spoke mildly, "No need." After Pan Jingyong dismissed himself, he mulled over and understood that the crux was Xiong hoping to see both sides suffering great losses. Within Linyang district, after the intense battle continued for another few hours, in the end, it was Xiong that obtained victory since his side was prepared. There were 2,600 Vietnamese soldiers at first, but now there were only 300 plus left. Under Xiong's lead, those soldiers immediately came up to Xiong to surrender. In the end, all the Vietnamese equipment and weapons fell to Xiong's hands. "Leader, this is Nguyen Hong's head." Xiong pulled out the box and presented it to Xiong. Xiong opened up the box and took a look, discovering that savage and ugly face of Nguyen Hong, still wearing a smile, after which he casually closed the box and said indifferently, "Well done." Chapter 483, Cleaning Up. Chapter 483, Cleaning Up. Xiong eyed Xiong coolly and said, "You could be the commander of the 3rd Battalion here in Langsun for now." Only then did the nervous Xiong heave a sigh of relief. He was like a lamb awaiting slaughter, afraid that Xiong would go back on his words. If Xiong wanted to execute him, he wouldn't even have the chance to hear Xiong giving any dog's hit position, much less resist. Xiong kept his stare on Xiong, handing him a bomb on a platter. "I want the names of all those who had participated in slaughtering and humiliating the Chinese here in Langsun. You'd better get this matter done properly." Under Xiong's command, the number of people who understood Vietnamese were not little. However, Xiong had given such a dirty task to Xiong. The moment he did this, he would offend too many Vietnamese. This would allow Xiong to utilize him with less worry. Xiong's face turned ashen, but he maintained a resolute expression as he replied, "Leader, rest assured, I'll definitely carry this out to the best of my abilities and not betray your expectations." "That's good," Xiong directly replied. "I'll arrange for Gan Tao to cooperate with you." Xiong did not falter. Yes. Xiong saw that this man had agreed so readily, and he could not help but frown as a sense of unease rose in his heart. This Xiong was too accepting of his orders, not giving Xiong a bone to bite on. With regards to this Vietnamese that had just surrendered, Xiong could not trust him at all, but without a suitable excuse, he could not use anything against this man nor his troops. Under Xiong's orders, Xiong and Gan Tao then began to scour the entire city, commencing the operation. In a small and simple house, a woman was looking at her man with fear on her face. Those Chinese are investigating the events that day. What do we do? Ayun. The tanned and short man had an irritation. What are you afraid of? It's not like it's just us. At this time, the door to the house was suddenly slammed down as 4 Vietnamese barged in, their faces without expressions, as they aimed their guns at the short man and spoke. Zhang Ziyun. Li Qing, come with us. Otherwise, we're authorized to execute you on the spot. Seeing those 4 men, Zhang Ziyun and Li Qing's faces turned extremely pale. Threatened by those 4 Vietnamese, the 2 of them were brought out of the house. Under the combined efforts of Chun, Xiong, and Gan Tao, over 3,600 Vietnamese that had participated in the slaughter of Chinese were captured. On top of that, another 4,000+ Vietnamese that had engaged in actions that humiliated the Chinese were rounded up. These people did not kill, but had raped, hit, and humiliated the Chinese excessively at that. After capturing a total of more than 7,000 people, the entire Lang Sun city was plunged in fear and uncertainty. Not long after, a Lei Jingjie directly came to look for Yu Zhong. Lei Jingjie was the founder of the association that helped the Chinese. He couldn't stand Wu Yinhong's actions, and he was a moral man who sympathized with the Chinese. However, he was still a Vietnamese. The moment he saw Yu Zhong rounding up 7,000+ Vietnamese, he couldn't sit quietly by and directly went to look for him. In the living room of a lavish villa, Yu Zhong welcomed Lei Jingjie. Beside Lei Jingjie, there was a 16 to 17-year-old girl with a head full of lush, thick hair, skin as fair as snow, and a voluptuous figure. In addition, her looks were extremely exquisite. Lei Jingjie observed Yu Zhong carefully for a while, before smiling gently and said, "How do you do, Leader Yu Zhong? I'm Lei Jingjie. It's my honor and privilege that you have taken time out of your busy schedule to meet me. This is Lao Shuang, the daughter of an old friend of mine, Lao Li. She has always admired your heroics and valiant actions." Yu Zhong, a hero? This was pure bullshit. The number of Vietnamese that had died at Yu Zhong's hands numbered above 7,000. To any Vietnamese, Yu Zhong was a devil amongst devils. However, even so, Lei Jingjie could only put on a false front and not dare to provoke him. After all, Yu Zhong was infamous. If he were to be provoked, in his fury, the entire Lang Sun city population might be razed to the ground. Even the Vietnamese survivors over at Thanh Nguyen might not be spared. The fact that 4,000 corpses were used to display his ruthlessness told any Vietnamese that Yu Zhong was not a merciful ruler. Lao Shuang had an innocent look as she asked Yu Zhong with revere, "How do you do?" "I'm Lao Shuang." "Yu Zhong, I've heard about you. You're really powerful. You must be a second-order expert, right?" The so-called second-order experts were people who possessed any second-order skills. Under normal circumstances, only enhancers above level 50 would possess such skills. At the same time, not all level 50 enhancers would come to possess them. If there was a lack of the necessary prerequisite skill, even if they managed to reach level 50, they could only enhance the skill, but not push it to the second-order stage. That was why the Mingver one was so precious. It could allow any level 30 enhancer to instantly gain an upgrade in skill. And Yu Zhong glanced at that beautiful and alluring Lao Shuang before turning his gaze towards Lei Jingjie and spoke. "Mr. Lei, what brings you here?" Lei Jingjie hesitated a while before chuckling bitterly. "Leader Yu Zhong, I hope that you will have mercy on those people and let them have a chance to redeem themselves. They're just a bunch of ignorant people who have been riled up by Wu Yinhong. Please give them a second chance." When Yu Zhong heard that, his killing intent surged forth. "Impossible. I will not let them off. You want me to give them a chance? When they were slaughtering the Chinese, did they stop to consider that as well? They have to die." Yu Zhong was not unreasonable to the point that he rounded up all the innocent Vietnamese as well. Regarding his moniker floating outside, he simply did not care. People termed him as a tyrant, precisely because he did things decisively and harshly. Cang Ya became silent before trying to persuade him. If it's like this, the number of deaths would be too much. Leader Xiong, in this apocalyptic world, humans are a great and important resource. If you kill so many, it would not be beneficial to your development. Xiong replied with a cold tone that seemed to signal the end of discussion. They have to die. This would not change. Of course, he knew that killing too many would not benefit him, but he had to kill all those Vietnamese that had engaged in slaughter of the Chinese. This was his bottom line. Even if the development was to become tougher by 10 times in the future, he would not waver in his decision. In fact, if things come to a bad point, he wasn't closed off to killing the entire city and just relocating back home to develop. After all, this wasn't his homeland. Cang Ya sighed, his heart full of bitterness. He could see that Xiong was adamant on killing those racist murderers. This caused him to be filled with misery. No matter how much he could not stand those murderers, they were still his fellow countrymen. Xiong extended an olive branch after rejecting Cang Ya. Cang Ya, I would like to invite you to become the vice mayor of Langsun City. Cang Ya's brows arched slightly before he directly rejected. Leader Xiong, I appreciate your goodwill. Unfortunately, I have no intentions of becoming an official in the near future. Cang Ya was extremely particular about his reputation. If he were to join Xiong's government at this time, he would be labeled as a traitor amongst the survivors. Xiong did not continue pressing when he was rejected. Instead, both parties exchanged pleasantries before Cang Ya stood up to leave. The bewitching young woman Lao Shuang followed Cang Ya obediently, although she shot a few furtive glances towards Xiong as she was leaving. The next day, the 600-plus survivors that had participated in the killing of Chinese survivors were all brought to a huge area. And after Xiong announced their crimes to the rest of Langsun City, who were watching, he began executing them batch by batch, dyeing the ground red with fresh blood. Demon, he's too scary. He definitely is the devil incarnate. He truly is a dictator. Seeing the 3,600 survivors being executed in cold blood, the entire Langsun City was shocked silly. From then on, the name of Tyrant Xiong could strike fear and cause even kids to stop crying. As for the 4,000 others that had participated in other activities not amounting to murder, they were sentenced to the Scum Battalion, and they were immediately made to bury the bodies of their executed fellow countrymen. The scent of fresh blood could attract the attention of mutant beasts, and Xiong did not wish to engage in consecutive battles. After taking care of those 3,600 Vietnamese murderers, Xiong then deployed the troops to move towards Thanh. There were 3 battalions of Chun Sheng stationed there, and they did not put up any resistance. Chun Sheng obediently summoned them, and the survivors of Thanh to submit to Xiong. Although Thanh housed another 3 battalions of Chun Sheng, other than one of them, the other 2 were using just plain melee weapons. They were simply not a match for Xiong's elite forces. That was why Chun Sheng had obediently handed his troops over. Chun Sheng had his lucky stars to count as well, because there wasn't a widespread genocide committed against the Chinese in Thanh. However, there were a few who did in fact murder Chinese people in the past. Chun Sheng hence rounded them up and executed them before the anti-Chinese waves and notions died down. Conquering both Langsun and Thanh, Xiong swiftly deployed another trustworthy subordinate from Guang, Xiong, to assemble a cabinet and manage the 2 cities. He wanted to secure his position and foothold in these 2 places. Chapter 484. Cang Ya. Chapter 484. Cang Ya. Of the Vietnam cabinet that Xiong established, Chun Yao was appointed to be the mayor of Langsun City, while Fan Tong Xian became Thanh mayor. The rest of the cabinet was formed out of his other trusted subordinates from China, as well as some other Vietnamese survivors that he had rescued in the past. As for the military, it went through a total overhaul. In this apocalyptic world, those with troops had power. While it was true that a single strong expert could cause the tide of a battle to change, even someone as insanely strong as Xiong would die if he went against the kingdom of God forces single-handedly. There were plenty of experts out there, not just Xiong alone. He was not afraid of taking on any one of them alone. However, if 7 second-order experts were to join forces against him, he would not stand a chance. For the army, Xiong brought 5 battalions from the reserve at Guilin City. He merged them with the 2 elite battalions under Gan Tao and Pan Jin before appointing the entire troop as the 1st and 2nd Infantry Battalion of Langsun City. The 1st came under Gan Tao, while Pan Jin commanded the 2nd. The commander of the 3rd Infantry Battalion was Xiong. The bulk of the modern warfare equipment like tanks and IFVs were parked with the 1st, having priority over the 2nd and 3rd. At the same time, only a small elite group in the 3rd Battalion was Xiong's men, while the rest were Xiong's loyal subordinates. The majority of the commanders were also his men. Their troops had high combat ability amongst the Vietnamese. It was just that they were commanded by mostly Xiong's men. That was to say, Xiong truly only had command over his own elite troops. Of course, once he had proven himself, the rest would come under his control. After reorganizing, Xiong once again set them all to training, especially the troops of Gan Tao, who received instruction on how to operate the advanced weaponry under those soldiers from the Kingdom of God. Once they were proficient, they would be an additional effective measure against the zombies and mutant beasts. Xiong recovered a huge amount of rations in both cities that had been collected and hoarded by Wu Yinhong and Chen Shengyong. The total amount was enough to feed 200,000 people for another 5 years. At the same time, there was an unexpected gain. Xiong obtained a few small-scale factories. While they could not produce the heavier rounds for artillery, they could produce the smaller rounds and some smaller cannons. With enough materials and workers, and if the factories were to enter full-scale production, they could produce 150,000 rounds and a few thousand rockets per month. When Xiong reopened the factories, he immediately recruited manpower to resume work. With those factories, he could replenish his ammo count, and there would additional combat power in the future battles. He came to those small factories and observed the work before quietly making a decision. The next target will be Yinzhou. Regardless of the price, I have to take it down. Yinzhou was a huge industrial city within the Guangxi region, and there were all sorts of industries there, as well as the largest military factory in the whole Guangxi. If he could conquer it, his establishments would gain a heavenly leap in terms of production and combat ability as well. Not just the normal bullets, even larger and heavier rounds could be produced. By that time, with his million-strong human resources and the modernized weapons, the entire combat strength would increase by at least 10 times. However, the population at Yinzhou numbered at least 3 million. After the onset of the apocalypse, there would be at least over 2 million zombies. It would be tough if he were to head over there now with his current military might. The crucial thing was that he didn't have enough ammunition. Eradicating the 2 million zombies was still a far-off dream. Xiong left the factory and thought of the alluring Cang Ya and had a sudden passionate thought. Should I go visit her? He had just taken a few steps when a sudden surge of danger arose in his heart. He swiftly turned to look towards a field a distance away and discovered a middle-aged man with a face and body riddled with scars. He was short, but his muscles were defined and tough. He walked towards Xiong. Eyeing Xiong, he spoke in Chinese with a hoarse voice full of arrogance. "You're Xiong?" Xiong looked at him coolly and replied, "That's me. Who are you?" "Great. Since you're so cooperative, I'll let you know just whose hands you'll be dying at today. I'm Cang Ya, and I'm here to kill you. This time next year will be your death anniversary." He laughed coldly before he shot towards Xiong with a speed surpassing a Type 2 lightning, brandishing a huge black blade. Agility, evolver? Witnessing that speed, Xiong could not help but evaluate, as his pupils contracted and he casted the Art of Fear ability. A huge spirit attack was launched at Cang Ya. Unfortunately, when the attack landed on Cang Ya, it didn't affect him, nor was his speed decreased. Instead, he continued towards Xiong, slashing him viciously. At the same time, Xiong pulled out his crocodile tooth saw blade, parrying the incoming blow. Immediately, a frightening strength was transmitted through the clash, causing Xiong to be sent back 3 to 4 steps. "You're an agility and strength dual attribute, Evolver?" Xiong's expression fell slightly, his stinger appearing in his left hand, and he fired 6 shots at Cang Ya. Cang Ya laughed confidently, dodging swiftly, evading all 6 shots. He suddenly rushed in front of Xiong with a deadly slash. "I'll let you die with no regrets. I'm a strength, agility, and spirit triple attribute Evolver. Xiong, you're dead for sure." Cang Ya was one of those geniuses amongst geniuses in Vietnam. After the apocalypse, he had quickly awakened as an evolver, and his mind was only set on increasing his strength. He had stayed in the jungles and mountains for a long period of time, slaughtering mutant beasts to level up. Under those crazy training conditions, he had reached a terrifying level 63. The majority of mutant beasts he had killed were Type 2, and he daren't provoke the Type 3s. Xiong did not falter as he activated his gravity manipulation, causing a 2-fold gravitational force to weigh down on Cang Ya. It slowed him down, giving Xiong ample time to deflect the incoming blow. Cang Ya's eyes flashed with a cold, mocking glint. Just as the 2 weapons were about to clash again, he activated a level 3 wind-splitting blade. His black wind blade came screaming down at twice the speed, turning into a beam of light that veered around Xiong's weapon, slashing towards his body. Cang Ya's original speed was already crazy. With the support of that skill, his blade seemed to reach Xiong's body instantaneously. Suddenly, a bright light radiated outwards as a white shield appeared, repelling the fatal blow from Cang Ya. At the next instant, a pillar of flame shot towards the sky, threatening to envelop Cang Ya. That pillar of devil flame was incredibly destructive, burning even a Type 2 mutant beast, not to mention Cang Ya and his flesh and blood. Cang Ya's expression finally turned to one of horror as he activated his second order, hurricane manipulation, causing a hurricane to appear around him amidst screaming winds. It formed a huge wall and protected him. As the devil flame landed on the barrier of wind, it was immediately deflected and blown away. Under the cover of his hurricane wall, Cang Ya looked at Xiong and called out coldly, "Forcing me to use my trump card. Seems like you're truly capable. Kill yourself. If you do so, I can leave you with an intact corpse." "Based on your words?" Xiong replied with a cold laugh of his own. Pulling out an RPG and aiming at Cang Ya, he immediately fired. Cang Ya placed his hands behind his back, chuckling, "It's useless. The moment I activate this skill, I'm invincible." With a flash, the rocket shot towards Cang Ya. The rocket flew to within a meter of Cang Ya and exploded, causing a huge shockwave to blast outwards, destroying the wall of defense. Xiong saw the rocket not damaging Cang Ya in the slightest, and his heart sank, knowing that he had finally met a fearsome foe. He did not give up, instead letting out a long howl towards the skies. Hearing Xiong's howl, the experts that were in charge of defensive work immediately began rushing over, calling for backup. Shameless. But it's useless, you're still going to die. Cang Ya heard that howl, and his face fell. If he were surrounded, he would only be able to escape pathetically. Cang Ya was filled with a powerful killing intent towards Xiong, and he waved his hand, causing a huge blade of wind to be formed out from the hurricane, swirling around him. With that second-order skill, instantly, over 100 blades of wind surrounded Xiong, sealing any possible routes of escape before slashing towards him. Xiong forcefully endured the blows using the white shield, employing his shadow steps as he charged towards some buildings a distance away. At the same time, he pulled out his 05 and fired at Cang Ya while running. Cang Ya was floating in the sky within the eye of the storm, and as Xiong dodged the majority of the blades, there were a few that still assaulted the white shield. After enduring for 4 seconds, the white shield suddenly disintegrated, and Xiong seized the opportunity to duck behind a building. Chapter 485, Surrounded. Chapter 485, Surrounded. As Xiong dodged into one of the buildings, all of a sudden, a shadow came shooting towards him with a dagger aimed at his chest noiselessly. The person had an extremely strange ability to hide his presence, and Xiong expended all his strength to leap to the side as the dagger flashed by with a trail of black, slicing the Type 3 mutant beast hide on him. If Xiong had been a moment slower, he would have become a corpse. He dodged to the side, a chilly gleam in his eyes, and he pulled out the crocodile sawtooth blade by his waist and slashed at the shadow. Just as he was about to slice the owner of the shadow in two, a cold feeling crept up in his heart, and he immediately withdrew and leapt to the side again. Following the sound of a gunshot, a huge hole appeared at the location Xiong was at just a second ago. Strengthened bullet, an expert sniper. Seems like many people are aiming for me. Xiong had just backed into a corner when he noticed 10 men dressed entirely in black running over. The moment they caught sight of Xiong, they pulled out their guns and began firing as they ran. Xiong's eyes flashed fiercely as he flipped his hands in two. 05 submachine gun appeared in his hands. He raised them and began firing back at those men. In just that exchange, 3 of the men in black were instantly taken out with shots to their heads, and the remaining 7 suffered bullet hits on their bodies, but they were wearing Type 2 mutant beast covering. When the rounds hit them, they would stumble backwards, but the bullets deflected off. Xiong had instantly put down 3 men, when a huge 3M tall werbear charged out from a room, his body covered entirely in fur, and pounced at Xiong. The huge werbear used his palm to strike downwards with a terrifying strength, which could flatten even a small-scale car. At the same time, its fur and hide was thick, and not even rifle bullets could penetrate them easily. Atop a building, there was a Vietnamese expert who had transformed into his forest ranger form. He was short and ugly, and his hair dyed blonde. He held up a huge bronze bow and aimed at Xiong. Cang Ya, who was covered with a hurricane, flew up in midair and observed Xiong coldly, before waving his hand and condensing numerous blades of wind, slicing towards Xiong. Cang Ya's second order hurricane manipulation was truly terrifying. Even an armored vehicle might not be able to withstand those sharp wind blades. Surrounded by so many attacks, Xiong was forced into a dangerous corner. Although he had already released a signal, it would still take another 2 minutes for his subordinates to rush over. In a battle between experts, 2 minutes were more than enough to decide life and death. A huge sense of peril rose up in Xiong's heart, and he knew that this could possibly be where he might die. His eyes flashed coldly as a green light appeared behind him, revealing the Type 2 green Jiao snake. It uncoiled and spat out a poisonous mist at the 7 men in black. Blanketed by that poisonous fog, 4 of the men dressed in black immediately dissolved into a pool of blood and flesh. As for the other 3, they were agility-based enhancers, and their faces fell before retreating swiftly, barely escaping the radius. With the appearance of the green Jiao snake, it blocked the wind blades as well as the line of sight of the forest ranger. The wind blades assaulted the body of the Type 2 green Jiao snake spirit, immediately causing numerous wounds. The forest ranger held his breath in, adjusting his bow, which shone with a thick green glow. At the next moment, he released an arrow that shot towards the green Jiao snake like a cannon, exploding on its body, resulting in a huge, gaping wound. The impact was almost enough to tear the green Jiao snake in two. Xiong seized the opportunity to turn his attention to the werbear, unleashing his art of fear as a huge spirit force enveloped the mind of the werbear. The werbear was a level 46 strength-based enhancer, and while his spirit wasn't particularly strong, usually after transforming, he would gain a heightened defense. However, against that terrifying art of fear, he could not put up a resistance. The bear was instantly plunged into a nightmarish hallucination, his entire body frozen in fear. Xiong casually slashed and decapitated the enemy. After killing him, a huge wind blade managed to slash the Type 2 green Jiao snake from behind, causing it to be dispelled. At the same time, from a small alley, a short Vietnamese expert suddenly appeared and casted his second-order gravity manipulation on Xiong. Instantly, Xiong felt an eightfold pressure weighing down on him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had 9 times the strength of a normal person, he might have found it impossible to move. However, he still felt the effects, and his speed that was originally 20 times that of a person was slowed to only 3 times, every action requiring at least 8 times the stamina. Above Xiong's head, a nether hole appeared, and a sharp bone spike shot out from within, aiming for the expert with the gravity manipulation. The Vietnamese expert with the second-order gravity manipulation felt his heart turn cold and immediately dispelled the gravity on Xiong, using it on himself. He leapt with all his strength and shot like an arrow towards another building, dodging the bone spike by a hair's breadth. Gravity manipulation was an effective close-combat offensive control skill, but it could not do anything for defense. The moment Xiong felt the eightfold gravity disengage, he swiftly pulled out his stinger and aimed at the Vietnamese expert who had just retreated. On the other side, the forest ranger had already cocked his bow swiftly and was aiming at Xiong. A strong sense of perception flooded Xiong's mind. If he were to kill that expert with the second-order gravity manipulation, he was sure to suffer as well. This was the strong point of a joint attack. If one person's strength was not enough, by relying on a few people together, even weaker experts could take out an expert. Xiong's eyes flashed with a brutal light, and he maintained his aim before firing. With that gunshot, the Vietnamese expert with the second-order gravity manipulation skill was instantly killed with his head exploding apart. What a ruthless fellow! The forest ranger thought to himself as his eyes shined with a cold gleam, and he released his arrow imbued with the strengthened arrow skill as it shot towards Xiong explosively with a green trail. The arrow came shooting through the air with a terrifying speed and power. Its might was equivalent to a cannon, which can pierce even the armor of an IFV. Its speed was something even Xiong could not dodge. As the explosive arrow was about to pierce Xiong, the bronze spiritual bell flew out, and a green protective layer immediately enveloped Xiong. The explosive arrow immediately exploded loudly when it came in contact with the green barrier, causing ripples on the barrier, as the radiance of the barrier dimmed greatly. Xiong snorted coldly and aimed at the forest ranger. The forest ranger, who was a level 56 Vietnamese expert, was instantly filled with an icy cold fear. A stinger round shot towards the brain of the forest ranger. A huge earthen wall suddenly rose in front of the forest ranger, blocking the trajectory of the stinger bullet, which exploded upon impact with the wall, causing a small hole. When Xiong saw this, he did not bother with them as he jumped toward an alley. No matter how strong he was, facing such a coordinated attack from all sides would cause him to die. Li Duo, many thanks. The forest ranger, Wang Li, seemed to have gotten his soul back, and he immediately thanked the expert beside him. It was precisely that skill that saved him, otherwise he would be halfway to the afterlife. Xiong's speed had vastly surpassed Wang Li's imagination. Just now, he had known it was impossible to dodge. Li Duo nodded slightly as his face turned to another direction, full of worry, as an intense gunfight sounded from there. A large number of troops under Xiong were currently rushing over, and the moment these assassins were surrounded, no matter how strong they were, they would die. As Xiong stepped into the alley, from behind him, a shadow shot out noiselessly and slashed at him. Xiong's eyes flashed with an icy light as he instantly activated his gravity manipulation and art of fear. Under those two simultaneous skills, the shadow froze in mid-air. From behind Xiong, a bone spike shot out, piercing that assassin's head and nailing him to the wall. Chapter 486, Intense Battle. Chapter 486, Intense Battle. After killing that assassin, a sense of danger arose yet again, and he leapt immediately to the side. On the other side, Cang Ya had also flown over, waving his hand towards Xiong as numerous wind blades were conjured and shot towards him. White Bone's demonic fiery eyes danced, and it raised its huge axe, while countless bones combined in front of it to form a huge shield. When the numerous wind blades landed on the shield, they caused part of the bones to shatter and splinter off, leaving behind many scars. White Bones forcefully defended against Cang Ya's assault, while Xiong's pupils contracted and he looked towards the direction of the sniper. That enemy with the strengthened bullet skill was a huge threat to him. To any expert, a sniper with the strengthened bullet skill was a deadly foe. Although a Type 3 mutant beast hide could withstand the piercing bullets, the explosive impact could kill a person from the inside, if not injured greatly. Xiong looked over and noticed a glint of reflection about 2 kilometers atop a building. A sniper is still damn irritating. He lightly sighed before pulling out a walkie-talkie and ordered, "There's a sniper on the Ming City building. Eliminate him." No matter how insanely overpowered he was, Xiong had no way of dealing with the enemy at a distance of 2 kilometers with his stinger, unless he could pull out his Falcon sniper. However, there was no time to have an exchange right now. Some distance away, Xiong kept his walkie-talkie and immediately barked some orders. "There's an enemy on Ming City building. Kill him." 12 enhancers over level 30 immediately made their way towards the building and surrounded it. When he saw Xiong pull out the walkie-talkie, the sniper had an uneasy feeling. He had immediately kept his sniper into his case and went through an escape tunnel. He then hurriedly changed his disguise and melded into the human crowd, attempting to walk out. One of the enhancers immediately reported to Ko Ming, the leader of the team. "Head, it's him." Ko Ming nodded slightly and motioned for his subordinates to surround the sniper. When the sniper saw this, his eyes widened in alarm, but he asked innocently, "What are you guys doing?" The sniper had been an assassin before the apocalypse, and he was well-versed in disguise and acting innocent, using his ploys and tricks to confuse the enemy. Usually, ordinary policemen would ask him a few simple questions and let him go easily. Most policemen would not even give him more than a single look, because he looked too normal. Ko Ming did not seem to care as he pulled out a blade and stepped forward to slash the sniper. The remaining experts also pulled out their weapons viciously, slashing towards the sniper. "They're murdering people." The sniper's face fell as he screamed out, before 6 or 7 Tang replica swords sliced him into 7 or 8 parts. Seeing this cruel scene, everyone in the building stared in horror, before running back to their own homes in fear. Back at Cang Ya's side, after his wind blades were blocked by White Bones, he became more anxious. To him, time was precious. If they did not manage to exterminate Xiong quickly, the rest of his men would be in more danger. "Damn bastard! Die!" Cang Ya looked at White Bones defending Xiong, and his face fell before he expended a huge amount of spirit and stamina to congeal a huge wind blade that slashed towards White Bones. That enormous and powerful wind blade immediately sliced the bone shield apart, before slicing White Bones in half as well. Xiong had darted out the alley by then. "Cang Ya, we need to retreat." Just as Cang Ya was about to give chase, Wang Li shouted loudly. Cang Ya gritted his teeth, and he spat back. "If you want to go, just go. I won't give up until I kill the bastard Xiong." The total number of Vietnamese that had died at Xiong's orders were over 20,000, and Cang Ya was filled with intense hatred towards Xiong. Wang Li replied loudly, "Cang Ya, don't be rash. If we're all wiped out here, no one will be able to help us seek revenge for our fallen comrades." Cang Ya was really a genius among geniuses in Vietnam, being a triple attribute evolver. At the same time, He had a second-order skill and was at the very least one of the top 3 experts in Vietnam. Wang Li did not want to lose such a heavyweight here. Li Duo immediately shot forwards and chipped in. Cang Ya, let's go. Our men are almost gone. On the other side, the originally intense gunfight was starting to die down, a sign of the battle coming to an end. This meant that all the subordinates of the assassins had been wiped out. Li Duo watched as his troops were swiftly taken care of by Yu Zhong's subordinates, and his heart was also filled with shock. All right, Cang Ya hesitated a while before agreeing to retreat. Disperse. With that order, the remaining 5 experts immediately leapt out from that area, trying to make a break for it. Cang Ya, if you have the guts, don't flee. Didn't you say that today will be my death? Seems like you only know how to talk. What a trash. Look at how I'll slaughter your men. Trash. When Yu Zhong saw the experts rushing away, he immediately jumped out to scorn Cang Ya, at the same time casting his Art of Fear on one of the agility-based enhancers. Blanketed by that oppressive spirit attack, the enhancer was frozen in place from the hallucinations as Yu Zhong casually took out a gun to put a bullet in his head. Yu Zhong, the one who will be running is you. No matter what, no one will save you today. I'll definitely kill you. When Cang Ya heard Yu Zhong's words and witnessed his comrade dying, he instantly became enraged and charged towards Yu Zhong in a gust of wind. Cang Ya had always been fawned upon when he became a triple attribute evolver, causing his ego to grow inflated. Now that he was ridiculed by Yu Zhong, he immediately lashed out. Wang Li laughed bitterly while asking Li Duo beside him, "What do we do now?" Li Duo sunk in his thoughts, his eyes flashing with resolution. He gritted his teeth as his killing intent surged. I'll bring 3 men to block the reinforcements. You go bring the remaining to deal with Yu Zhong. Blocking the reinforcements was a suicidal mission. Wang Li casted a long look at Li Duo before saluting and said, I'll leave it to you then. Wang Li eyed the remaining experts and barked, Come with me. As long as we can kill Yu Zhong, you are the heroes of Vietnam. After that, he immediately rushed towards the direction of Cang Ya, with the other 3 following closely behind. Yu Zhong activated the bone-encompassing armor, causing white bones to transform into a bone carapace. In midair, Cang Ya was currently surrounded by his hurricane armor, and he was waving his hands, causing countless wind blades to shoot towards Yu Zhong. Under the relentless assault, sand blew and the winds howled, as the bone carapace was subjected to countless slashes. Although Yu Zhong tried his best to dodge, there were a few that still landed. Fortunately, they were blocked by the thick, hard layer of bone carapace. Scars were beginning to appear on the layer of bone. Yu Zhong had to activate his shadow steps as he tried to escape in a pathetic manner, retreating toward the forest. With the cover of the trees, the wind blades of Tong, you would be less effective. Cang Ya thus deactivated his hurricane armor, landed on the ground, and immediately gave chase. Wang Li followed right behind with the other 3 experts. When Wang Li and the other 3 had just entered the forest, a gust of wind rushed past them, and the heads of the 3 experts shot towards the skies, with blood gushing out. Before that gust of wind had reached Wang Li, he had transformed into his forest ranger form, forcefully dodging with his increase in speed. A sharp claw brushed past his body, tearing a huge chunk of meat. Type 3 mutant beast. How is this possible? How can he subdue one? Wang Li scrambled up with despair and fear in his eyes. Lightning eyed Wang Li coldly before lunging at him, disappearing from his sight. Cang Ya eyed the incoming blazing flame and snorted coldly as his hurricane armor appeared again, blowing apart the devil flames. Just as that tornado of flames had dispersed, a long devil flame spear that had been formed pierced through the eye of the tornado, shooting towards Cang Ya. He looked at the incoming projectile, and his expression changed in fright as a white-colored shield shone out of his body, blocking the blow. Yu Zhong saw that, and his pupils narrowed, congealing another devil flame spear, lunging it towards Cang Ya. Defense light shield. This fellow truly has some treasures. Chapter 487, Harvest. Chapter 487, Harvest. Cang Ya's face fell as he pointed at Xiong, and a powerful lance was formed from the screaming winds before it shot towards Xiong. Xiong's own spear brushed past Cang Ya's move, as each of the spears slammed into their respective opponents' defenses. Cang Ya's shield dimmed instantly, losing its energy. Xiong's bronze spiritual bell also suffered from the impact, its barrier fading. Be it Xiong's devil flame spear or Cang Ya's wind spear, they were both skills that possessed the might of cannon. Defenses like the bronze spiritual bell or defense light shield would at most be able to defend twice against such might. Xiong pointed in the air again, as another devil flame spear appeared, and it tore through the air as Xiong shot it towards Cang Ya. This time, Cang Ya's face was really pale as he quickly generated a shield made of the hurricane to block in front of him. The devil flame spear slammed into the shield made of wind and immediately exploded, causing the shield to shudder. At the same time, 10 sharp bone spikes shot out from Xiong, aiming for Cang Ya. The black long blade in Cang Ya's hands immediately danced about, displaying a flurry of shadows in its wake as it deflected the 10 sharp bone spikes. Just as the 10 bone spikes were dealt with, Xiong once again conjured up another devil flame spear to lunge it at Cang Ya. Cang Ya's already pale face from the huge expenditure of spirit and stamina lost all color. He forcefully conjured another shield made out of wind to defend against that third devil flame spear. This time, however, against the brunt force, the shield immediately collapsed. Cang Ya, who had been acting high and mighty earlier, spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression pathetic. He had overdrawn too much of his spirit, and even though he had the spirit attribute, he could not keep up with the expenditure. Facing Cang Ya, Xiong was similarly looking weak. There were even 2 deep gashes on his face caused by the wind blades, and they were so deep that one could see his bones. Xiong, seems like your spirit is also out. I'm a triple attribute evolver. On what grounds can you fight me? Even if my spirit is depleted, today will still be your death day. Cang Ya laughed savagely and flashed forwards towards Xiong. At this time, both of them had already depleted their spirit, and victory rested in the outcome of a close combat fight, in which Cang Ya had the advantage being a strength and agility evolver as well. Xiong looked at Cang Ya pouncing towards him like a leopard, and his eyes narrowed. He pointed out with his right finger, as a flame ball and ice shard appeared out of thin air and blasted towards Cang Ya. Xiong had just raised his hands, when Cang Ya dodged lightly to the side like a specter as those 2 abilities brushed past his body. As a triple attribute evolver, Cang Ya's speed was faster than Xiong by about 20%. The moment he reached Xiong's side, he slashed out with his blade, causing many shadows to trail behind. The attack assaulted Xiong like a mighty wave. With a thought of his mind, 10 sharp bone spikes burst out from Xiong's back, aiming straight for Cang Ya. Cang Ya relied on his terrifying speed to parry the attacks, as his blade flashed about, destroying the incoming spikes one by one. Finally, his last strike was aimed towards Xiong's waist from his left side. Cang Ya was not some blade specialist, but his speed was incredibly fast, adding on to his obscene strength. Currently, no one could compare against him. Xiong's eyes flashed with a chilly light as he used his left hand to block that blow, while at the same time activating his gravity manipulation. His right hand also wielded his own blade to slash towards Cang Ya's left side. You want to take me down with you? Fool! Watch me cripple you first. Cang Ya's eyes flashed with a vicious glint, and he swung down savagely. With the nearing 18 times strength of Cang Ya, the Type 3 mutant beast hide on Xiong's left arm was immediately sliced through, and the radiant protection, as well as the level 4 protective armor, was split apart, leaving a huge gash as fresh blood flowed. A huge surge of winds blew around Cang Ya, and Xiong was sent knocked back 6 to 7 meters, before Xiong himself could slice beyond the first layer of defense with his crocodile saw-tooth blade. He rolled with the momentum, causing his blood to splatter all over the ground. At the same time, a transparent spider silk shot out from the ring on his left hand, hidden beneath the blood. Powerful, he sucked in a deep breath, staring fixedly at Cang Ya. This man in front of him was truly the strongest enemy he had ever met. Cang Ya was not only a triple attribute evolver, but one that had been through countless battles and experience. If there was a weakness, it would be that he was conceited. Without waiting for Xiong to catch his breath, Cang Ya shot forwards like a cannonball, the wind blade in his hands causing blade waves to be emitted, forming a pressure as he approached. Using a single hand to parry Cang Ya's assaults was really exhausting. With every blow, Xiong would be sent knocked back a few meters before he could steady himself. Cang Ya unleashed 15 consecutive attacks, and Xiong was forced back constantly, suffering a few slashes, his blood flowing down. Even holding the crocodile saw-tooth blade was becoming difficult. Go to hell, Xiong! Cang Ya instantly sent out 2 slashes, as one broke apart Xiong's defense and another threatened to slice Xiong's head. Xiong's eyes flashed, and the bone spike in his hand stuck out. At the same time, the transparent spider silk laying below Cang Ya's feet was tightened and began to tangle around Cang Ya. He was after all an expert with countless experience. Facing this, his heart sank, and he twisted his body in a bid to crouch low. Xiong shot forward at this time to lash out with a vicious kick towards Cang Ya's head, and with his 9 times strength, if Cang Ya's endurance was not above 50 points, that single kick could have caused his head to be removed. Xiong's kick was swift and vicious. Upon smashing on it Cang Ya's facing, it broke his nose and several of his teeth. At the same time, a sharp spike shot out from beneath Xiong's foot and pierced Cang Ya's head. He was finally dead. Xiong kicked out forcefully, kicking Cang Ya's corpse aside. After confirming that the head with an additional hole was not moving anymore, he then heaved a sigh of relief. After taking a breath, he began searching Cang Ya's corpse. As a triple attribute evolver, Cang Ya had plenty of good items with him. There was a Type 3 mutant beast nuclei, 12 Type 2 nuclei, 7 Type 2 mutant beast blood essences, a level 3 protective armor, a level 4 treasure black windblade, a level 5 defense light shield, a pair of level 4 steel arm guards, a pair of level 5 wind speed boots, a level 4 falcon sniper, and a piece of level 5 precious stone. Level 4 black windblade, a sharp precious blade. It could, with effort, slice through any treasure below level 3. Level 4 steel arm guards with incredible defense, strength plus 8 upon equipping. Can withstand most assaults from most level 4 treasures. Level 5 wind speed boots, upon equipping, agility plus 15. Comes with the ability, increase speed. Skill description, upon usage, agility increases by 10 for a time period of 30 seconds. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Level 5 treasure, precious stone. This is a precious stone that has magic powers. Embedding it in equipment could enhance additional attributes or extra skills. Experts like Cang Ya were equivalent to mobile storages. Once they are killed, one would gain a huge haul of items. After sweeping up all of Cang Ya's equipment, he then walked out of the forest. A soldier called Xiong came up to Xiong and reported, "Leader, all the assassins have been taken care of." Xiong's face turned icy as he barked. "How did you do your job? How can you allow these people to just barge in?" Xiong was one of the Chinese survivors that Xiong rescued from the hands of the Vietnamese. He had followed Xiong on his crusades and was a level 32 enhancer. Due to his caution and bravery in fighting, Xiong had appointed him as the captain of the guards. This time, Xiong had unintentionally allowed over 40 people to infiltrate Lang Sun City to attempt an assassination on Xiong, which caused him to be infuriated. If it wasn't for his strength and skills, This time he might have really died at the enemy's hands. As he was reprimanded by Xiong, Xiong felt his back drenched with perspiration. He thought to the dire consequences if Xiong had really been assassinated, and could not help but feel a surge of fear. Xiong directly raised his head to look at Xiong and braced himself. "Leader, it was truly an oversight of mine. I'm willing to shoulder any and all punishments. Even if you want to send me to the Scum Battalion, I would not complain nor frown. However, I want to say something. The fact that they managed to enter Langsun City, I think that someone is helping them from the inside. Otherwise, they would not have infiltrated us so easily." Xiong glanced at this man who was forthright and had a good attitude, and his anger subsided. He pondered for a moment before saying, "Xiong, the position of the captain of the guards will be taken away from you. I plan to establish a small organization responsible for collecting information and cleaning up of traitorous spies. Hawkeye, you shall help me assemble the team. As for personnel and funding, I shall provide it. The first task of Hawkeye would be to look into Langsun City and Taingwen." "Yes, leader." Xiong did not hesitate and accepted the new appointment with gratitude. He saluted Xiong. He had already made the mental preparations to be sent to the Scum Battalion to kill zombies for a chance to redeem himself. Who knew that he would suddenly become the leader of a new special force? And he was extremely grateful to Xiong. I wonder if YZ would survive having half his head chopped off. Chapter 488, Immigration. Chapter 488, Immigration. The moment Hawkeye was established, Xiong arranged for a large number of experts and resources assigned to this department. An intelligence department was necessary in all countries. Xiong had decided to establish one after this incident. After Hawkeye was established, Xiong deployed other men to investigate the origins of those Vietnamese assassins. However, they were faced with cold treatment instead of retaliation from the Vietnamese survivors. In other words, they were not using force, but still showing their resistance through silence and lack of cooperation. Of course, for the sake of a decent meal, those Vietnamese survivors worked extremely hard at the factories, manufacturing all sorts of items. Although they hated the Chinese, in the face of cannons and blades, no one dared to act. They kept their dissent in their hearts. The firepower and weapons could annihilate them, but the little pimples of dissent were hard to eradicate. Currently, on top of a bed, Xiong, Xanjiao, Mu Xiangling, Ming Jiajia, and Ningyu Xian were lying on the bed. They were half laying on that huge bed, watching a plasma HD TV hanging on the wall. There was a video from prior to the apocalypse being played. Inside this room, the heater was functioning, providing warmth to those who had retreated from the elements. In contrast to the cold weather outside, there was no better luxury than being in the room right now. Xiong placed his hands under the blanket cover, massaging Ningyu Xian's beautiful legs absent-mindedly as he sighed. "If we're not a single country, it's truly hard to win over the hearts of the people." *1. In Guilin City, there were dissatisfied people as well, but they were not as worrisome as the situation in Langsun City and Taingwen City. If the 200,000 survivors were to revolt in these two cities, the consequences would be dire. Furthermore, Xiong was not willing to put down every single one of these 200,000 Vietnamese survivors. As Xiong continued to massage, Ningyu Xian began to blush. She was already extremely sensitive to physical contact before. After being taken by Xiong, she became even more sensitive. Mu Xiangling was currently laying in Xiong's lap like a little kitten. As she heard Xiong sigh, she chuckled. "How is this hard? I've got a solution." Xiong's eyes brightened as he asked, "What's your plan?" Now, many of the youngsters were extremely mature for their age. Even though Mu Xiangling was a lowly, she was extremely smart. Mu Xiangling replied lazily, "The Americans conquered America in the past by killing most of the aborigines they found at the time. Once all the natives are wiped out, then won't the people left be your own?" Although her words seemed lazy, it revealed a strong killing intent. She had grown up in the alleys, and experienced all sorts of warmth and coldness, the various emotions and indifferences. Other than the people that she valued, she didn't really care about the deaths of anyone. Ming Jia stared at Mu Xiongling and shot back. What kind of idea is this? If we go according to your suggestion, then wouldn't Yuegij have to raze the entire Lang Sun City and Taingwen City to the ground? Then what do we fight so hard to conquer them for? Yu Zhong pinched Mu Xiangling's cheek and rejected the idea. This idea is no good. Wiping out the Vietnamese survivors in Lang Sun City and Taingwen was the worst idea. Not only would Yu Zhong lose a sizable amount of human resources, Chen Shengyang's troops would retaliate. At the same time, he had plenty of Vietnamese experts as well as Chinese subordinates on good terms with the Vietnamese. It would cause unrest amongst them as well. If Yu Zhong held all of China in his hands, then it wouldn't be an issue. However, he was just a small warlord in the grand scheme, still seeking to gain control over China. If he executed such a diabolical plan, he would then have to retreat back to within China. Mu Xiongling eyed Ming Jia before putting her whole head on Yu Zhong's thighs and closed her eyes, speaking comfortably, then change it. We can convert the majority of the Vietnamese to slaves, then reappointing a selected few as ordinary citizens. Throw a few bones out, make them fight amongst themselves. Let them have some internal friction. We'll stand to gain anyway. They can only rely on us, and whoever we lean on will win. How will they dare to criticize us? Furthermore, we can make use of the ordinary status as an incentive for the rest to work hard to escape slavery. When Yu Zhong heard this, his mind raced. This idea was not too bad. Splitting them and setting them against each other, it was a tactic that the Westerners did in the past. It was simple, yet effective. As long as there was a carrot on the stick, one would betray even relatives and friends. Asterisk 2. As for who to designate as slaves, Yu Zhong had thought of choosing those he had defeated. He had no desire to touch the ordinary survivors yet. He pinched Mu Xiangling's cheeks and continued to ask, "What else?" Mu Xiongling put on a smug grin as she replied, "Immigration. Move the Vietnamese survivors in both cities to Guilin City. Then move the majority of Guilin City's people to Lang Sun City and Taingwen City. Like this, the Vietnamese people will be the minority regardless of where they are, and we can better assimilate them. This method would be good if the number of people is not too high. If it were prior to the apocalypse, it would have been impossible. I guess it's only in such a situation where this might actually work." When Yu Zhong heard that, he immediately sunk into his thoughts. It was as what she had said, the pressure of moving a number of people was a lot easier now. In this apocalyptic world, as long as there was the promise of food and a living, most survivors were willing to throw away their identities and belongings to move to someplace else. After all, there was also the threat of weapons. If it had been before the world's end, using such military force to threaten people might have incurred the wrath of the people or even set off a mass panic. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed with a hint of admiration as he hugged Mu Xiongling and kissed her forehead, praising, "Xiongling, you're really smart. This is your present." "Lullicon, pervert." Mu Xiongling struggled while chuckling. Yu Zhong immediately glared at her and pressed her down, hitting her bottom playfully. "You little rascal, if I don't hit you, you think you can climb over me. Kiki, all right, I won't do it anymore. Haha, I won't dare to anymore. Please stop. Kiki." Mu Xiongling giggled uncontrollably as she was being pressed down. Yu Zhong followed her suggestion and began moving the Vietnamese survivors batch by batch into China. At the same time, the Chinese survivors from within China were assigned to Taingwen City and Lang Sun City. With the influx of Chinese survivors, the Vietnamese became the minority in both cities, and the situation gradually became stable. Yu Zhong saw that the situation had become better and brought Xiong Jiaro and 30 other experts with over level 40 in enhancement as they left Taingwen and made for Hanoi. Towards Hanoi, Yu Zhong obtained 2 armories, and he had to bring men to check it out. Although he had a number of soldiers, it was not easy to deploy troops in the current weather. He had to make sure of the location before he could mobilize troops. The snow is so pretty. At a huge, wide, open area, Xiong was running about, dressed in red cotton, her hair in ponytails. It was like a scene of a fairy playing on Earth. Xiong had stayed in Guangxi for most of her life and had never seen so much snow before. She was extremely excited about the vast area of soft, white snow. Ming Jia looked at the fairy like Xiong and muttered under her breath, "Childish." As a lowly herself, Ming Jia was constantly on guard against Xiong stealing Yu Zhong's affection and trust from her. Yu Zhong also stepped out of the vehicle and watched Xiong, chuckling. Xin Jiao and Ningyu Xin both came out to stand beside Yu Zhong. The 30 experts surrounded the area to protect Yu Zhong and the rest. Pung, pung. Right at this time, there was a sudden burst of gunfire. From the sounds of it, the gunfight was coming closer towards them, obviously a sign that there were people running towards their location. Yu Zhong frowned and barked. "All of you stand guard properly here. I'll go take a look. Xin Jiao, come with me." After which, Yu Zhong immediately made for the direction of the gunfight. Xin Jiao followed closely behind. By now, she was a level 33 evolver and was the only agility-based evolver under Yu Zhong's command that possessed 2 second-order skills. One of them was the divine speed that awoke innately. The other was the second-order agility solidification that was enhanced by Oming Ver 1. If it wasn't for the fact that her level was low, she would easily be the fastest expert under Yu Zhong. The 30 experts exchanged looks, one of them chuckling bitterly. "Leader always steals our jobs." Another replied while laughing, "Hee hee. Well, we can't help it. Our main task is still to protect the mayor and the rest." Yu Zhong's ability was the strongest, and he was recognized as number 1 amongst his subordinates. At the same time, they knew that he loved to be on the front lines. In a forested area, a few armed militants were chasing 6 men and 2 women. The leader, who was skinny and dressed in military garb, shouted out, "Bai Yin, hand me the miss. If you give her to me, I'll let the rest of you leave here safely." Unathur. Chapter 489, Nangong Bingyun. Chapter 489, Nangong Bingyun. A burly-looking man was wielding his gun as he shouted out, "Ruanwen Tong, your entire family have been taken care of by boss. You actually betrayed him. Now you won't even let his only daughter off. Are you still human?" Ruanwen Tong laughed insidiously. "Haha. Every man for himself, and the devil take the hindmost. *1. That chick is too much of a threat alive. I'll definitely not allow her to live. Bai Yin, if you're smart, you'll hand her over to me. After I'm done with her, I'll let you have a taste." Bai Yin rejected furiously. "Impossible. Bai Yin, will never do such an ungrateful thing." Ruanwen Tong chuckled coldly. "Too bad then. If you were willing to join me, I'd have been willing to share my women. Since you've no sense, let me send you on your way as well." Both sides continued to shout at each other while engaging in an intense gunfight. Bai Yan's marksmanship was incredible. With his gun, he could easily take down a militant with 2 bullets. Under his shooting, many of the militants would fall to the ground. The rest became cautious, not daring to charge, only shooting Bai Yin from afar. Ruanwen Tong gnashed out furiously. "Fuck! Charge! Those who managed to kill Bai Yin, I'll reward with 2 beautiful women, 30 gene of rice, 10 gene of flour. Those who dare to cower, watch me execute you on the spot." Under Ruanwen Tong's threat, the morale of the militants soared as they charged out from behind their covers and made to surround Bai Yin and the rest. In this apocalyptic world, there were no shortages of ruffians who did not fear death. With enough rewards, they would become crazy. No matter how good Bai Yan's marksmanship was, he could not take down an entire squad of militants. His subordinates beside him were also shot down one by one. Yu Zhong had brought Cang Ya as they appeared from one side, and he coldly barked, "Stop!" When the militants caught sight of Yu Zhong and the ravishing beauty Cang Ya beside him, their eyes lit up. Her demeanor looked gentle and frail, and her looks absolutely stunning. She wore the green military uniform, which gave her a valiant aura. It was truly breathtaking. The militants had seen a number of beauties before, but compared to Cang Ya, whose looks were truly out of the world, they were considered to be truly ignorant. When Tong saw them, his eyes flashed with a perverse light as he exclaimed excitedly in Vietnamese, "Grab them! That woman must be captured alive. The men can be killed." In this world, beautiful women were also a sort of resource. They could be used to carry out all sorts of desires, or to treat as gifts to subordinates. They could even be traded for other daily necessities. Four men stepped out from the militants and made their way towards Yu Zhong and his party. From the other side, Bai Yan's brows furrowed as he warned loudly in Chinese, "Brother, be careful. They're not decent men. They want to capture you. Quick, escape." One of the militants pointed at Yu Zhong with his gun and barked out in Vietnamese, "Chinese dog, raise your hands. Otherwise, your father, I will gun you down." Another militant stared at Cang Ya ravenously as he said, "Zhao Ji, that Chinese chick is sure beautiful. Once we capture her, will we be able to have a good time as well?" Yet another piped in, chuckling, "Such top-quality goods. How will boss let us have a part?" The three of them continued to leer, while their remaining comrade had already been overcome by his lust and reached out for Cang Ya's chest area. After the apocalypse, plenty of such matters like killing openly, committing arson, robbing, and raping were all widespread. Hoping to take some small advantage was a common mentality of these militants. Yu Zhong eyed the militants, and his brows furrowed slightly, before ordering coldly, "No need for words. Too much trouble. Jaro, leave 5 alive, the rest kill." "Yes, master." Cang Ya, who had been standing quietly by Yu Zhong's side, immediately flashed forwards, lunging at the 4 militants like a leopard. With the flash of a blade, the 4 militants were instantly sliced up in many parts, fresh blood and innards all splattering to the ground. After casually making short work of those 4, Cang Ya turned her attention to the rest of the militants and charged. Seeing how fast Cang Ya had killed their comrades, the rest were stunned for a moment, before quickly adjusting their aim to fire madly at her. Cang Ya's current speed before activating any skill had already reached 16 times that of a normal person. Most ordinary people would not even be able to catch up with her movements. Each time she shot past a militant, the militant's head would be lopped off. One by one, they were decapitated as blood sprayed every which direction, while their bodies slumped to the ground. After killing 12 militants in a row, the remaining 23 militants felt that things had gone to hell, and they began to escape in all directions. After all, this bunch was just a motley crew of people. After more than 30% of their troop has died, it was enough to send them retreating in fear. When Tong saw how easily his men had fallen at Cang Ya's hands, and his own heartbeat raced with fear as he tried to escape as well. High-level enhancer. Why would there be one here? When Tong knew how terrifying these experts were, and the fact was that his men were just slaughtered in front of him. He dared not to be arrogant and could only run. At this moment, the remaining 10 experts had reached, and without having to unleash any abilities, they easily chased the remaining militants down. They slaughtered them, leaving only 5 alive. When Tong immediately raised his hands, shouting in Chinese, "I surrender. Don't kill me. I surrender." Xiong brought the 5 remaining militants in front of Yu Zhong and drawled, "Just these trash. There's no fun in killing them." Bai Yan and his group had also been escorted towards Yu Zhong. By now, his group was down to 2 men and 1 woman. Yu Zhong looked towards Bai Yan's group and discovered that other than Bai Yan, there was a 25 or 26-year-old young man of medium overall build, but his muscles were all incredibly defined, like a bodybuilder. Both Bai Yin and this thick-eyebrowed young man were guarding this 21 or 22-year-old young beauty. She had a thick head of black hair, goose egg-shaped face, thick lips, and rosy cheeks. Her figure was explosively stunning, her skin fair, and her eyes had a resolute strength to them. Bai Yin came up to Xiong with a face of gratitude and spoke. "I am Bai Yin. This is Wang Tong, and this here is my family, Miss Nangong Bingyan. Sir, thank you very much for lending us a hand." Xiong glanced at their party before turning around to look at Wen Tong. He then pulled out a desert eagle, aiming it at one of the militants, saying, "What are your backgrounds? Tell me. If you tell me the truth, I can leave you with your life. Otherwise, well, this will be your example." Following the gunshot, the militant's head was instantly blasted apart as blood and brain matter splattered to the ground. Seeing how ruthless and merciless Xiong was, Bai Yin and Wang Tong flinched and had an uneasy feeling in their hearts. This man in front of them obviously had no regard for other lives, and now that they themselves were in his hands, if they weren't careful, they might easily face the same fate. When Tong had gone weak in the knees, and he hurriedly blabbered, I'll speak. Asterisk 2. Right at this moment, Nangong Bingyan came up beside Xiong. With a slight fragrance wafting from her, she looked at him with her huge round eyes. "There's no need to trouble him. I'll tell you. May I ask, how should I address you, sir?" Xiong looked at Nangong Bingyan and replied coolly, "I am Xiong." "Xiong. This guy's Xiong." Hearing him report his name, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air, their gazes towards him filled with additional fear. Tyrant Xiong. That name had spread like wildfire following the fall of Wianhong. Be it Hanoi, Chaoping, Langsun, Tainguin, or even Haiphong, almost all factions knew of his name. This was the person that had ordered the slaughter of 100,000 Vietnamese in his anger. Seeing how merciless he had been when executing the militant, coupled with the many guards, they were even more convinced of his identity. Nangong Bingyan scrutinized the man in front of her and burst out laughing. "So you're the Xiong that defeated Butcher Wianhong and exterminated 100,000 Vietnamese? Seems different from what the rumors say. I did not kill 100,000 Vietnamese for the sake of it. At most, it had been a few thousand beasts who deserved it." He chuckled indifferently and continued. "How do they describe me in the rumors?" Nangong Bingyan laughed lightly. "They say you're 8 foot tall, 8 feet wide. You have long green fangs. Your looks are akin to a hideous demon. Every day you will bed 3,000 women, and no woman is not to your liking. From the ages of 9 all the way to 60, you never let any off. Also, you like to drink and bathe in human blood." She continued smiling as she looked at the two Lolas beside Xiong and gazed back at him with a teasing look. "It seems that most of it is false, although some parts may be true." Asterisk 3. Chapter 490, Greentown. Chapter 490, Greentown. Xiong frowned and replied, "I want to know your backgrounds." "Fine." Nangong Bingyan flashed a teasing smile at Xiong before revealing their story. Nangong Bingyan was the daughter of the leader of a medium-sized consortium. When the apocalypse happened, she had been together with her father, looking at a project. After the apocalypse, Nangong Bingyan's father had been extremely able, quickly organizing survival tactics with the guards under his employment, to the point of establishing a small survivor camp of 200 people. There were a mix of Chinese and Vietnamese, and they stayed together, waiting for the disaster to pass over. However, while Nangong Bingyan's father had the charisma and capability to lead, his personnel ability had been too weak. Amongst his troop, there were no enhancers as well. Hence, recently, they had been eyed by some larger factions. In this apocalyptic world, big fishes swallowing smaller fishes was a common occurrence. Xiong himself had wiped out a few smaller factions, all because those smaller factions had the people and resources he needed. Bai Yin and Wang Tong had been security guards that received the Nangong family's favor. Bai Yin was also a retired soldier from the Special Forces. Wang Tong was an expert groomed specially by the Nangong family. The few of them had protected Nangong Bingyun as they made their escape. Wan Tong was a person of mixed Chinese and Vietnamese descent, and he had been groomed by Nangong Bingyun's father to lead the Vietnamese soldiers. However, Nangong Bingyun's father had never expected Wan Tong to stab him in the back, and not only did he turn over intel to the bigger faction, he had personally led the Vietnamese survivors to take the life of Nangong Bingyun's father. Xiong continued his line of questioning. How many of them are there? How many are soldiers? How many enhancers? What about weapons? Are there any heavy weapons or armored vehicles? What about the specific combat strength? Nangong Bingyun frowned as she mulled in thought before replying slowly. They have a base. There should be about 2,000 of them. I think the actual number of soldiers are about 300. They don't have many guns, and the equipment that Wan Tong has should be provided by them. They had some grenades and rockets and one machine gun-mounted vehicle. The specific combat strength, I'm not too sure, but I know they have someone who is impervious to bullets and knives. Any bullet that hits him would ricochet off. He has a strange strength as well, carrying a huge mace of over 2 m in length. He could easily flatten a Hummer in a swing. When Xiong heard her detailed explanation, he thought quietly. So, if it's like this, the armory must have been opened by them. The base was situated closely to the armory that Xiong found, and it was most likely that they had obtained their weapons and equipment from the armory. Otherwise, there was no way a subpar soldier like Wan Tong would possess decent equipment. Set off. Xiong then gave the order. Greentown was a relatively rural town before the apocalypse. It had been more prosperous due to its rich coal resource. After the apocalypse, this town had ended up in the hands of Tsingji. He was a miner in the past who became enhancer. After that, he had the fortune to evolve into an evolver, and after countless battles, he reached level 41. He ruled over 2,000 survivors in the small town, and in the vicinity, whenever his name was mentioned, the other factions would be wary. After all, he had 300 armed subordinates, and he was strong personally. This is Greentown. Xiong came to Greentown, and a look of contempt flashed in his eyes. The defenses of Greentown was extremely simple. They had just erected a simple wooden fence around the town as a means to keep out the zombies. At the same time, near the entrance, there weren't any mounted guns nor watchtowers. Only 8 militants sat as they played cards. It wasn't even comparable to any base of Wuyanhong. Xiong ordered indifferently, "Kill them." Ming Jia pointed towards those militants, and 4 shadow wolves appeared noiselessly from their shadows, leaping out and lunging at their throats. After killing 4 of them, they pounced on the remaining 4, ripping their throats out. In just 5 seconds, 8 militants lay dead on the floor. Strong! Bai Yin and Wang Tong saw how Ming Jia had raised her hands and immediately wiped out 8 militants and were stunned. They had no idea that this little lowly who looked spirited in her uniform was able to take out 8 grown men without batting an eyelid. If Bai Yin were to utilize his methods as an ex-special forces, he would at most be able to take down 3, and the aftermath of dealing with the remaining 5 would have been troublesome. Nangong Bingyun stared fixedly at Ming Jia, her eyes gleaming with a strange light. She had faced the reality of having her perfect lifestyle torn apart, and was hungry for power. If it weren't for her father being weak, they would not have been taken advantage of. After dealing with those 8 militants at the town entrance, Xiong walked brazenly into the town. The rest of the experts followed closely behind. Even with Xiong causing such a commotion and sauntering in, the soldiers took a long while to gather and face him. In such situations, Xiao Sheng and Xianjiao were able to display their strengths as agility-type evolvers. The militants in the town had just gathered, and with the flash of blades, those soldiers had their heads lopped off. The soldiers in this green town could not compare with Wei and Hong's forces at all, and to buy Xiong and Xanjiao, it was no challenge at all. Strong. These people are all strong. When Tong watched how miserably the militants were wiped out by Yu Zhong's subordinates, and immediately snuffed out all other ideas, and led Yu Zhong on docilely. Yu Zhong and his men proceeded like nobody's business, all the way till they reached the place where the current leader, Cang Ya, stayed. Following a furious bellow, a 173 tall man took huge strides as he exited his compound. He had tanned skin, his bulging muscles rippling with strength, his expression savage. He had shaved his head bald and wore an expensive branded set of clothes that did not match his size, while he was decked in countless gold chains. He roared, "Who dares to come and cause trouble here? Are you tired of living?" Cang Ya had been extremely poor prior to the apocalypse, and after that, he had amassed all sorts of gold to wear on himself. It gave him a comfortable and secure feeling. Yu Zhong directly pulled out his Desert Eagle and shot at Cang Ya with a lightning-quick motion. The Desert Eagle round landed right between Cang Ya's brows, but instantly, his body was covered with a gold aura. After emitting a loud sound, the bullet ricocheted away. This was the passive ability Steel Body that was enhanced thrice. It gave the person a layer of steel, become extremely tough. The stronger the endurance, the stronger the skill, the more effective the defense. This skill was similar to White Bone's strengthened bones, and with this sort of passive skill, it helped to alleviate the body to an inhumane level. Truly capable of blocking bullets. Yu Zhong eyed Cang Ya and muttered mildly, "Attacking me? You're courting death." Cang Ya was enraged that Yu Zhong had not even spoken once before firing, and he swung his mace up, charging forwards. "Kneel!" Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly and activated his Art of Fear as a strong spirit attack enveloped Cang Ya's mind. Cang Ya had never enhanced his spirit at all, and under the pressure from Yu Zhong, he was immediately cast into a hallucination. Under the waves of spirit attack, Cang Ya started bleeding from his orifices as he crumpled to the floor dead. It marked yet another well-known evolver that had died at the hands of Yu Zhong. "It's over. Boss is dead. Quick, run!" When the soldiers of Greentown clamored over only to see Cang Ya dying of fright in 1 second, all of them lost all sense of fighting will and tried to escape. Xiong and Xanjiao both led their own teams to chase down the remaining militants. "Surrender, and you'll be spared. Surrender, and you'll be spared. Everyone is to stay within your own rooms. If we see you out here, we'll judge you and execute you on the spot." Ming Jia led a team of her own as they systematically went about to shout at the rest of the town. After 3 hours, the entire town came under control, and Yu Zhong gained a total of 180 captives, as well as the rest of the survivors within their own homes that dare not step out of line. Cang Ya really opened up the armory. While he didn't have anything like a tank, nor an assault helicopter, he had an infantry company's worth of ammunition, rockets, and the like. After bringing the town under control, Yu Zhong went into the villa Cang Ya was staying in. Nangong followed closely behind, watching his back with a complicated gaze. Just like this, he just took control so simply. Not long ago, Nangong father had his establishment swallowed up by Greentown. At that time, she had felt that Greentown was a fearsome power that they would stand no chance of winning. However, that fearsome power was so easily annihilated by Yu Zhong and a few of his men. They didn't even suffer any casualties. This opened her eyes to Yu Zhong's true might and power. That you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.